Hey guys, I'm gonna give it a few minutes and let some people get in. I found some interesting things. Excuse me. If you don't mind, please make sure you hit that thumbs up on the way in the door, please. And if you aren't subscribed, please subscribe and hit that notification bell. It's been a pretty day today, but now it's starting to cool back down. I actually got done with supper early. I threw down a cook today. Smoked pork chops. Of course, stars. How are you, hon? Smoked pork chops, chicken and dumplings, mustard greens, and homemade biscuits. Uh, a little better, not much. I just try to remember that he's much better off than we are. Yeah, that's what I had for dinner. I went ahead and cooked early. That way I wouldn't be in a time crunch today. We can take our time. So far, I'm the only one that's ate, though. I'm gonna have to start eating earlier. My acid reflux is whipping my ass. You feeling okay? We're just having a lazy day. Tiger! Oh, I hear you there, stars. I'm glad you made it, hon. Y'all give me just a second. Hello? Yeah. Sorry about that, guys. I'm glad you did, Tiger. Oh no, fibro is not anything to play with, that's for sure. Last night, I was watching, I can't remember if it was New York Prepper or Off Grid Farming, but it was one of the two channels, and they had reported that one of our, it's a plane. Oh, I hear you there, Stars. It's still rough, I know. One of our major planes that, flies when we're at war, or they think that, we're fixing to go to war, has been in the air, or it was yesterday. They had turned on the transponder for a while, and uh, they actually called it. So I've been watching Flight Radar 24 last night, and some today while I wasn't cooking. And I haven't been able to find it, but let me share my screen and show y'all what I have found. And maybe this is normal, maybe it's not, I don't know. Yeah, that one stars. That one, yeah. Am I 5x5? Yeah, that's what we're going to talk about today.
Will you sit with Du Bois and will you sit with Zayden and cars were long enough for me to go to Steve and take a picture of an outlet for her?
Mm-hmm. Hey, Jen, how are you, hon? We have Tiger, that's for sure. Let me come inside for a few minutes. It never fails. I go live and everybody's got to do something. Sit down. But what I have noticed today is there's an awful lot of Air Force planes up. And there's even been one or two with no call signs. I mean, those with no call signs don't tell you exactly, you know, don't tell you what kind of plane it is. Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you, Bug, if you came in, if it might be training or what. But there is a lot of activity. I know Flight Radar told, or I might have seen it on the site, I'm not sure, but they do not track, you know, the two big planes in the country. Well, two big planes and helicopter, you know. I used to know the code words for those, and I can't remember what they are now. But all right, let's bring it in a little bit, and I'll show you. Like Bug said, it's probably, exercise. But as you see here, this one took off from Wichita with, no destination. Uh, but there's several. I just thought it was, like me and Bug was talking, you know, could be training exercise, in which it does kind of look like it because I was watching the flight pass. See, like that there? It gives you the flight path. It's just basically a circle and, some zigzags and whatnot. But there's a lot of the Air Force up in the air. And they all seem to be some around Fort Worth, and there's some up around Memphis and up towards Oklahoma City. I gotcha, Bug. I understand that. Thank you for the info. I appreciate that. That's true, Tiger. And I just know our bases hadn't been doing, no training here in the last, well, since the beginning of the year. No, they did, middle of December. And they had the big double propeller helicopters out. And I'm talking about that. It looked like they were skimming the treetops. They do stars.
Thank you.
But yeah, I freely admit I don't know much about the military, but I'm always up for learning. For some reason, the military's always fascinated me. But part of that's because I did want to go into the Navy, though I didn't make it to. Too many health problems. All right. Let's get into this. This is actually from a news outlet from out of Russia, Pravda.ru. It says is the author's name. 3 Russian warships set off on a secret mission to Cuba. Okay, this is my thing. It's not very secretive if they're publishing it. 3 warships that set off on a mission from the Baltic Sea attracted close attention of the U.S. 3 Russian large landing ships, the Minsk, the Korolev, and the Kaliningrad, set off on a journey from the Baltic Sea in the direction of the North Sea. Nothing has been said about the weapons that the ships carry on board, against the background of the statements from Russian officials about the possible deployment of a Russian military contingent near U.S. borders. The U.S. and NATO paid special attention to the maneuvers of the three Russian warships. The capabilities of the above mentioned vessels are sufficient to transport both nuclear and non nuclear missile weapons. At the moment, the route of the three Russian landing ships remains unknown. However, the U.S. fears that Russia is doing it in response to the U.S. and NATO. Iskander missiles, for instance, will be enough to attack a half of Florida from the territory of Cuba. If Bastion coastal missile systems are delivered to Cuba, they will be enough to destroy most of the American naval bases on the territory of this state. Indeed, the weapons that Russia has at its disposal today will be able to turn U.S. military facilities into ruins within minutes. Hi, Monique. It's okay, hon. We're, of course, talking about Russia and the Air Force, our Air Force. And I hope you're good. U.S. and Russia dig in over Ukraine crisis as Blinken visits Kyiv. Impasses leaves little hope that Anthony Blinken and Sergei Lavrov's meeting on Friday will ease soaring tensions. The U.S. and Russia have dug in their heels over Russia's military buildup on Ukraine's borders, with no sign either will relent from entrenched positions that have raised fears of a Russian invasion and a new war in Europe. In advance of critical talks Friday between Blinken and Lavrov, the two sides appeared no closer to any compromise that might ease tensions and avert the threat of a Russian invasion. Ukraine, meanwhile, said it is prepared for the worst and would survive whatever difficulties came its way. On a visit to Ukraine's capital, Kyiv, on Wednesday, Blinken accused Russia of planning to reinforce the more than 100,000 troops it has deployed along the Ukrainian border and suggested that the number could double on relatively short order. Blinken did not elaborate, but Russia has sent an unspecified number of troops from the country's far east to its ally Belarus, which also shares a border with Ukraine, for major war games next month. Speaking in a news conference on Wednesday, Potato Head said Russia would pay dearly for a full scale invasion, but its businesses possibly losing access to the US dollar. Russia will be held accountable if it invades, and it depends on what it does. It's one thing if a minor incursion and we end up having to fight about what to do and what not to do, etc., Potato Head said. But if they actually do what they're capable of doing, it is going to be a disaster for Russia if they further invade Ukraine, Potato Head added. Lord help the nuts running the nut house. Oh, wow, Monique, that's good. Right, Monique? It really does. I mean, we all know we can't, trust the powers that be. I'm glad to hear that, Monique. I really am. But it seems to me, and this is just my opinion, it seems to me that the sea seems to be winding down. At least the fear of it, anyway. But now they've got us concentrated on something else. So, exactly, Tiger. I hope so, Monique. I really do. How real is Russia's threat to deploy missiles to Latin America? Dismissed by some as propaganda nonsense, Moscow's warning evokes memories of the Cuban Missile Crisis. When Tamara, I cannot pronounce that last name and I'm not even going to try, remembers seeing Fidel Castro almost 60 years ago, her face lights up. He was so young and handsome, a line the 79-year-old retired librarian said from the Russian capital with a nostalgic smile. I'll get it spit out in a minute. Scrappy. We were all so happy to see him, she told Al Jazeera, reminiscing about the jubilant crowds in central Moscow celebrating the Cuban leader's 1963 visit. Latin America in general and Cuba in particular were red Moscow darlings. Bringing communism to Washington's backyard meant dealing a double blow to the White House and raising the stakes in the Cold War. And Cuba, known in the USSR as the Island of Freedom, topped the Soviet charts. Featuring documentary films about Cuban revolutionaries were shown on nascent Soviet television and in packed movie theaters. People spent hours in lines to buy Cuban oranges and bananas, while pricey Cuban made rum and cigars were fashionable among the sophisticated Soviet youth of the 1960s. So when Russia said on January 14th that it could neither confirm nor exclude the deployment of Russian missiles to Cuba and Venezuela, to many Russians, the news was not just a threat. It was a reminder of the USSR's military and political might, its confrontation with the US and the collective West, and of course the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, known in the former USSR as the Caribbean Missile Crisis. It made the world think for several endless weeks that a nuclear war was imminent and unavoidable. The words of Deputy Foreign Minister Sergei Ryabkov that the deployment's possibility depends on the actions by our U.S. counterparts were also a practical response to Western pressure on Moscow. The pressure began after the Kremlin amassed 100,000 troops next to Ukraine and got ready, according to Western diplomats and a string of military experts, to invade the pro Western ex Soviet nation. There are parallels with the Caribbean Missile Crisis. Romanenko, a retired lieutenant general and Ukraine's former deputy chief of staff, told Al Jazeera. He said that the threat follows Moscow's old political stratagem that consists of an ultimatum actions and then dividends. It was tried and tested during the 1962 crisis when the USSR removed its nuclear weapons from Cuba in response to Washington's withdrawal of nuclear missiles from Turkey. I agree, Tiger. Right, Monique? That's very well possible, bud. You know, guys, a lot of people don't realize exactly how close Cuba is to Florida. Cuba is 90 miles off the coast of Florida. I agree, Stars. I think they will too. You know, I reckon because I'm so close to Florida, not to mention roughly an hour and a half from the biggest nuclear submarine base in the U.S., where the majority of our subs was made at, it's worrisome. Hey, Zach, how are you, hon? I'm glad to see you. Monique, I can honestly say I've never been. I've actually never been outside the U.S. And I mean, it's not that I don't want to go. I just don't. I don't want. It's not that I don't want to go outside the U.S. It's that I don't have funds, and I'm doing good. I'm glad to hear that. Um, I don't have funds to go outside the U.S. Hey, Von Eric, how are you, hon? I honestly believe he is, Jim. I really do. DeSantis has stood up for his people through it all. He really has. I believe it, Monique. I really do. Russia moves more troops westward as U.S. fears a Ukraine invasion could be launched at any time. There you see pictures. Russia troops. Russia moves more troops westward as U.S. fears a Ukraine invasion could be launched at any time. You know, I'm also of the mindset that, pictures can be faked. Whether or not that picture's true, I couldn't tell you. So I did want to make that little divot there. Russia is sending an unspecified number of troops from the country's far east to Belarus for major war games, officials said Tuesday, a deployment that will further beef up Russian military assets near Ukraine amid Western fears of a planned invasion. Amid the soaring tensions, the White House warned that Russia could attack its neighbor at any point, while the UK delivered a batch of anti tank weapons to Ukraine. Russian Deputy Defense Minister Alexander Fomin said the joint drills with Belarus would involve practicing a joint response to external threats. Ukrainian officials have warned that Russia could attack its wait a minute, Lord, have warned that Russia could launch an attack on Ukraine from various directions, including from its ally Belarus. The U.S. again stressed its concern Tuesday with White House Press Secretary Peppermint Patty, describing the Russian forces' move into Belarus as part of as extremely dangerous situation. I don't know. We're now at a stage where Russia could at any point launch an attack in Ukraine, she said. The State Department and others in the U.S. government have explicitly re emphasized a standing Washington commitment to Ukraine's security and territorial sovereignty. Basically, the U.S. is, saying that it's going to, continue the rhetoric, I guess you would say. Right, stars? I mean, it's crazy. When is the U.S. ever really going to, when has the U.S. ever really feared Russia? I'm glad to hear, Von Erich. You know what, Bug? I really hope he does. If he runs, he will have my vote over Orange Man. And that's saying a lot considering that I voted for Orange Man last time. Well, we could always write him in. I agree, Monique. I agree, stars. It was by design. Right, Tiger? That, we haven't heard of anything out of the Red Dragon lately. Not really. Hey, Madrina, how are you, hon? We have, Jim. We really have. Hey, elusive. Just talking about everybody's favorite enemy, Russia. Right, Tiger? But, well, we'll go down that rabbit hole after I show y'all some stuff from Twitter. Then we'll really talk some crazy shit, elusive. I agree, Monique. But all right. In case y'all didn't know, I made a Twitter account for Georgia Peach, and I wanted to show y'all a couple of things. Okay. And this was from today. No, it was from yesterday, excuse me. An asteroid larger than Burj Khalifa flying by the Earth today. That right there looks like it's supposed to be it. Have y'all heard anything about that? Did I miss it? Hey, Militant, how are you? Hey, Deanne. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I agree, Bug. I completely agree. All right, let's go back home. And this right here really ticks me off. You know, girls over there being denied being able to go to school. Oh, I'm looking for one particular thing I follow. Oh, that's the store. There was like something like 19 ships that left bases yesterday. I mean, I understand that we have ships that leave every day, but 19 TSV 300 training support vessel leaving Little Creek, Virginia, January 19th, 2022. That was actually today. USS John Paul Jones DDG 53 Arleigh Burke class Flight 1 guided missile destroyer coming into San Diego. That was today. It's an awful small ship. USS Oakland LCS 24 Independence variant littoral combat ship leaving San Diego today. USS John Lenthal TAO 189 Henry J. Cassier class replenishment oiler leaving Norfolk, Virginia. And I seen something about one of our big ships earlier. I can't remember where it was though. That's at TS3. Then it talks about Royal Norwegian Navy frigate leaving Plymouth, England, today. San Antonio amphibious transport dock leaving Norfolk, Virginia. These are some beautiful ships. That's the same ship. USS John Finn Arleigh Burke class flight 2A guided missile destroyer in San Diego heading to the fuel pier. USS Indiana Virginia class Block 3 attack submarine coming into Groton, Connecticut this morning. This was today. Oakland Independence Ferry at Littoral combat ship leaving San Diego. That was today. Then the John Finn again. The John Paul Jones. And then, yes, like I said yesterday, there was a lot of them leaving. Bug. Ah, it does look suspect, stars. Exactly, Tiger. Exactly. There is a lot of crazy stuff going on. They have DN. They're delivering anti-tank systems over there. Uh-oh. Bye, random. I'm sorry I caught you late there. Let me grab a cup of coffee, y'all, and I'll open up panel, and we'll go down rabbit hole if y'all want to. But you know, you're right, Tiger. We have always been one idiot away from war. That's all it takes is one idiot. A lot can be said about Orange Man, but at least he did try to, smooth things over. All right, y'all, give me just a minute. I'm gonna run to the little girl's room. That way, I ain't got to stop in the middle of everything. Right, Bub? There's some days that I absolutely feel sorry for Potato Head. I almost said his name. Now, he very well could be a terrible actor. All right, there's the link if anybody wants to come up. Let me come over here and pin it. Well, I did not want to go in there. Ah, come on. All right, there we go. It's pinned at the top. And I agree, Bug. I've actually heard that he's not allowed to have the football, if you know what I mean. It does, stars, and I think that's one reason why, I bring it up so much. That and most of the other content creators on YouTube, I don't want to say they fearmonger, but they they tend to over dramatize. I've often thought that, Tiger. I really have. Okay, y'all ready for my rabbit hole scenario there? Okay, we've got midterms coming up this year, right? Then in 2 more years, I agree, Bug. I agree. Then in 2 years, we've got the big election. The presidential election. And Bug, I'm pretty sure you, if I'm wrong, but in an active war situation, well, even if they just declare martial law, it cannot be change of hands. Am I right? I agree, stars. And I agree with you too, Tiger. They really do. That's what I was thinking, Tiger. So, what if this with Russia or the sea country does come to fruition right before the presidential election? What if we are forced to continue to have Potato Head as president, or even worse, the second in command, the witch in heels? Or what if it's all just a big setup for the reset? So have I, Tiger. Honestly, believe Monique, if that were to happen, that the U.S. would no longer be the U.S. that it is or was. I believe the U.S. would cease to exist as a country, at least as one country anyway. Because there is a very, very popular saying here in the South will rise again. So y'all tell me what y'all think. What do you think could happen? If you want to jump up on panel, you're more than welcome. It's open. That also brings into play what if, there is a revolution? I think so, Monique, but I'm not exactly sure. It very well could be, Tiger. We could be fighting from within and without. Because we all know the sea country is in this country. Come on, you gonna show it? There we go. I'm almost certain it would too, Bug. Right, Monique, the Queen of Hearts. Since we down rabbit hole. Suzanne. I love it. Hey. I agree, Tiger. Because those out in the country kind of tend to do what they want to do anyway. Exactly. I know people that still refuse to leave their house. Exactly. Time to get rid of them. I agree, Bug. I seen it the other day. I want to say it was said here in chat, in which I've seen it in several different chats. You know, our real enemy is it from without. Don't she though? I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. Article 2 of the Constitution. It has been asserted that the President's responsibility in the faithful execution of the laws entitles him to suspend the privilege of the right of habeas corpus. And we've heard that term for a whole year now. Tomorrow will make a year. One provides that privilege may not be suspended save during times of rebellion or invasion, but it does not specify who may suspend the privilege. The Supreme Court ruled that Congress may suspend the privilege if it deems necessary. I'm a little bit better, Susanna. Thanks for asking. I'm still coping. Exactly, Bug. He did. And, the whole assassination on him is a whole nother rabbit hole. But I could honestly see one, two, and three being conniving little, what's that they are doing that. Point on, Tiger. That's exactly it. 99% of this country will not stand up and fight. I completely agree, Bug. That's the reason why my black flag hangs in my bedroom, because I believe in our right for unity. Bingo, Tiger. I honestly believe to a certain extent they just don't care.
Are you live? I ain't got it.
Why?
Get out the damn way. Leave him the fuck alone.
He can come out, Andy. He wants to let the German Shepherd out. I'm gonna go in so it don't be quite so noisy.
He's not coming out, please.
Andy, I'm fixing to go in so you can let him out.
Well, no. I need somebody to watch Zayden real quick.
Oh, I can do that.
James got to back the truck up over there, and they called Heather saying the machine was going off. So she's already over there. Zay, you sit right here and he's going to watch you, okay? Be good. Let me look. I'll be right back. I love you.
Exactly, Bug.
Bye, baby.
Ignorance is bliss. And that's a sad thing. Oh, excuse me. Are we watching Fireproof again? For the 50 millionth time? But history is doomed to repeat itself. I've heard that said my whole life, and seeing the way things is going now, I honestly believe that. Suzanne. Oh. Ah, I love it. Can I kiss? No. Mm-hmm. Have you got your tablet turned off? You know, Tiger, he's okay. I see that. Tiger, I completely agree with that. But the thing is, they're slowly taking everything from us. Right, Bug? Go back in the living room with your toy. Quit. You know, they're always after our 1A and our 2A. Always. And before we know it, it'll be our freedom of religion and our other rights and freedoms. You know, the right to protest is okay for the left, but it's not okay for the right. Exactly, Tiger. That's exactly it. Bug. It's the rabbit that's after our lucky. No, no, no. It's the leprechaun that's after our lucky charms. Y'all have to forgive me. I don't eat Lucky Charms, so I get them mixed up. No, we can talk about Fruit Loops and Rice Krispies all day long. Hey, I love my Fruit Loops. I can eat them with milk or without. Technically, I'm not supposed to have milk. I'm lactose intolerant. And I don't do the lactose free stuff. Mm-mm. Monique. But I mean, you know, there's so many there's so many what ifs, you know, for this scenario. Tiger, I am 42 years old and that movie still disturbs me. There really is a movie, Monique. And I'm here to tell you. uh-uh. No, 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 no. Bug. Share it anyway. It is a horror flick. But I'm a horror movie buff, so. Stephen King is the Yep, there is Susanna. Right, Tiger. If the Big G had it their way, we would be eradicated. I'm here to tell you, Monique, watch it. If you can find it, watch it. Bug. My mom always told me the Fruit Loops was in the mental hospital. And she always told me if I ate too many of them, I'd be a Fruit Loop. I actually knew a guy that grew up in San Francisco. That's right, Susanna. I agree, Bug. People get so butt hurt now till it's not funny. The other day they was picking on me here at the house, and I went in the corner and went to say, I need a safe place. I need a safe place. I thought they were going to die laughing at me. Exactly, Monique. And you know, it used not to be that way. I seen the Prime Minister of England is about to lose his job. Boris Johnson. Yeah, I had to stop and think of his name. And old GM talking about releasing 8 John Doe names. Reckon how the government's gonna work that in their favor. I think so, Monique. I really do. He's gonna try to get the people to, stand up for him. Right, Tiger? Man, Bug, if they did, can you imagine the chaos that that's going to create? But I agree. I'd be willing to buy a wood chipper. Actually, I don't need a wood chipper. I know where some hogs are. And if that fails, we got gators. I did not hear that, Monique. I know some people that's got them. I wouldn't trust them enough for a job like that, though. Oh, I understand completely, Stars. I understand completely. Ah, thank you, Monique. They may very well, Tiger. No, this ain't fireproof. This is a Will Smith movie. That's one actor I lost all respect for. There's a lot of them I lost respect for, though. It's got where people, they don't care about our kids anymore. They really don't. Bright Stars. Oh, I understand, Tiger. That's the reason why I don't type a lot anymore. What you doing, boo boo?
Get out of that hole now. Hey, I don't give a shit what was there. Get out of the hole.
What you got?
Dishes.
Oh, I did not realize that, Bug.
What?
Will Smith is now older than Uncle Phil was in Fresh Prince.
That does not surprise me. You still on the live?
Mm-hmm.
You just muted it so nobody could hear you? Oh, so they heard me holler to get out of the fucking hole? It happens. Little fucker would listen. I wouldn't have to holler at him, would I?
Right. But yeah, I did not realize that. No, that's back when I liked Will Smith. Fresh Prince was. come back here in my room. Maybe it won't mess up the internet. Or the internet won't mess up, sorry. Susanna. Hey, Nikki, how are you, hon? But yeah. Yogi, Monique. Yogi the bear. Yes, ma'am. That was one of my favorite cartoons growing up. That and the Jetsons and Scooby Doo and the Smurfs. Yeah, boo boo. You want a picnic basket? Ah, good times, Nikki. Good times. That was a good one too, Tiger. And the Thundercats. Thundercats was a good one too. Casper was pretty good too. I liked the movies better than I did the cartoon though. Nikki. These cartoons nowadays. Eh. Right, He Man was good. Looney Tunes was good. And Shira. They are. Especially what they call the adult cartoons. Welcome back, Jen. That was a good one too, Von Eric. I don't recall that one, Tiger. The 22-year-old likes South Park. That is the nastiest show I have ever seen in my life. That tops The Simpsons. Are you feeling better, Vaughn? Xena was good, yeah. So do I, Tiger. I've never heard of that, Monique. I don't watch anything that makes fun of God. Ah, gotcha. Don't you hate it when one certain number keeps calling you and you keep blocking it and it still comes through? It sounds like Adult Swim, Monique. That's another thing I don't watch. I don't watch Adult Swim. Ooh, I'm glad you're feeling better though. I can handle a stomach virus. Susanna. It probably is, Jen. Actually, I think it's something about health insurance. But every time I answer, they tell me that I should be able to apply for Medicaid and get it. The state of Georgia, you have to be pregnant or on disability to get Medicaid, and they don't listen to me about that, so I just don't answer them. I hear you, Monique. I haven't seen that stars, but yesterday when we were in Walmart, I can't remember what brand it was, but they also have those nuggets at Walmart. And my best friend was on buy some. She wants to try them, and I said, "You can have them all you want." I hear you, Tiger.
I don't know.
Hey, hey, Nikki.
Hey! Oh, yeah, there we go. Oh, sorry. I was, hey, guys. Now I
How
can.
are you?
I'm okay. How are y'all?
I'm all right. Just chilling.
So I saw it was up there, so I was like, I'll hop up and say hi. We just came in and I hopped on. I mean, I turned it on earlier, but we were feeding everybody, and that takes a minute.
Yeah,
So,
I understand completely.
where's this? What? I'm a
Yes,
mess today, y'all. I'm trying to turn on YouTube on the TV so I can see the chat.
Tiger said, "Are you feeling better?"
I am. Today, I am finally feeling better, which is a good thing because we got a cook off this weekend. So we've been doing prep work, not prep work yet, but the shopping. Well, he did the shopping. I made the list, and I did
Yeah.
meal prep for him for like work and dinner and stuff. But tomorrow we're gonna have to pack up the trailer for the cook off because we do barbecue cook offs, and we got one this weekend. So yeah, it's a good thing I'm feeling better because our other barbecue partner, he has
Yeah.
the cough
Oh,
or whatever. So I don't know if he's even going to come. So it might just be Jeremy and I doing the cook off this weekend without our other partner, which
yeah.
is fine, but it's a lot of work. So we'll see. Let me get.
Oh, I hear you. I got a cousin that he used to do barbecue cook-offs, and he used to win first place like every time.
Nice.
I was like, heck yeah,
Yeah, nice.
and
That's not
it
easy
was
to do.
it was good.
Sorry.
You all right?
Sorry. Just turn the TV. That's not easy to do. I mean, depending on the size of the cook-off, that's not easy to do. The one we're going to has 100 plus teams. Well, last year it had 114 teams. So
Oh wow.
yeah,
Yeah, the cook-offs around here is usually pretty small. They're usually 75 to 50.
well, that's generally the ones we go to most of the time. But this
Mm.
particular one, last year when we went, it was 114 teams, and it was fun. But damn, the competition was tough. So
Yeah. Y'all do them around y'all's general area?
yes, this one is actually in. It's like 30 minutes away. It's actually not far, 30, 45 minutes away. Uh,
Yeah.
and it's a one that they previously held in Pasadena, Texas. So it was a big one, and then they moved it up to Montgomery County from Harris County a couple years
Mm.
ago because of all the lockdown or all the,
Right.
lockdown type things a couple years ago. And so we started going. We never went as far south as that. So we started going to this one when they moved it north. And it's a big one. It's a big one.
Hey, Best Life.
Hey, Best Life. Hang on. Bear with me. You
You
talk to the
good?
chat. Let me try to get this pulled up on the TV so I can see the chat. I can't see it right now.
But yeah.
It bugs me when I can't see the chat.
Oh, I understand completely. I feel the same way when I'm on my phone.
Well, yeah. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you good. You good. We just went to chit chatting.
Yeah, I heard everybody naming off the old cartoons, and I was like, oh yeah, Speed Racer, man, go Speed Racer, man. I used to get up at like 5 o'clock in the morning when I was like 5 years old to watch Speed Racer and Hong Kong
Mhm.
Phooey. I love that stuff, man. Just like,
And used to you could find those on Cartoon Network.
yeah, right. But now it's all this craziness. Oh
But
man, some of the cartoons that my like grandsons want to watch with these,
mm,
I don't know, these singing whatever they are. Oh, it drives me nuts.
Best. Best Life said Nikki's dog had me laughing. My dog would have ate that dang chicken.
Yeah, Best Life said your dog's a saint. She really is. I still can't. Why can I not do this faster? I need my tech support. Yeah, I did a little quick short just because I was laughing. I was sitting on the porch earlier smoking a cigarette, and the chickens happened to be all up there. And Bella, both of my dogs are kind of old, but Bella was laying there, and that stupid crooked beak chicken jumped up on Bella's back, and I was like, "Oh God, please!" Jeremy and I were laughing, and I grabbed my phone. And I was like, "Please don't move," so I could get a video. And I
Mm.
got just the tail end of it. But that chicken had been on her back for like a good 45 seconds before the little short I filmed. And she just lay there. She didn't even move, not one bit, until I started filming. And I was like, man, she has the patience. She does. She has the patience of a saint, I guess, with the chickens. And even my cat, well, one of the cats, Merlin, the white and orange one,
Mm.
a few days ago or whatever, week ago, some of the chickens came up and he was laying on the porch, and a couple of the chickens sat on his stood on his tail, and he didn't even acknowledge them. He didn't even move, and I was like,
Oh wow.
I know. I got lucky with that one because Merlin was the one I thought when they were little was going to go after him, because anytime a quail, like when we're out there butchering quail and like you snap their heads off and you throw them in a bucket, if they flop around, one of them a while back flopped around and flopped out, and he came and grabbed that quail and hauled he took off with it, and I was like, so I was a little worried about those younger chickens with him, but he walks out there and acts like it's nothing. But
Oh
we do
wow.
have a whole bunch of neighborhood geese and ducks and stuff in the pond
Mm.
that he's used to. So he's used to, hanging out in the yard with the geese and ducks and stuff from the neighborhood. So he didn't pay any attention to the chickens, surprisingly.
Wow. Now, our dogs was always good about leaving our chickens, and all alone. Now, the neighborhood dogs, that was a
Um,
different story.
right, right. We have
And
that. There are neighborhood dogs that occasionally get out and run around the neighborhood, and I have to look out for those. We had a couple that came and actually got up into, opened the door, pried the door open of one of our rabbit cages, and took my buck out and killed him a while back. So, uh,
happy birthday, Susanna.
oh, is it Susanna's birthday? Ooh, happy birthday.
Right?
What? I cannot pull this up.
But yeah, back when we used to have, all the animals and whatnot, we had a full-blooded red chow. And one of the, neighborhood dogs would come up and go after our animals. That was
Oh,
not pretty. She would run them off every time.
yeah. Ooh. When I was a kid, we had a neighbor who had a chow. That dog was vicious.
They can be.
I mean, when I say vicious, I mean we had the two houses right next to their house. One of them was a rent house, and one of them was ours, or mom and dad's house, and then a rent house, and then their house. And everybody had a cyclone fence, backyard fenced in, and that child was in the back fence. And when I was a kid, I could go up to the fence and kind of, let it sniff my hand and all that. It was used to me because I was around, I guess. But he wasn't about to let anybody in that yard. Anything that flew over or got over into the yard, he killed it.
Oh, yeah.
Which, I mean, understandably, that was his job. He was a pretty dog, though. Chows can be mean from what I've seen.
They can. They can, but they're also very, very loyal.
Well, right. So that's what I'm saying. Protective of that
Mhm.
family,
Mhm.
their family. But anything that
Right.
got over that fence, forget about it. Forget about it. Oh, I know why. I'm over here like, why is it not pulling up? Because I'm under a different. I'm wrong. I'm I'm not under my. Oh, it's been a hell of a day. I'm under my just regular name, not under my in between prepping name. I'm like, I can't find your channel to pull it up.
Right.
Duh.
You're welcome, Susanna. She said her birthday was actually December 31st.
Oh, happy belated birthday. December was a busy month for me. Oh, yeah, right at the end of December. I missed
Yeah.
everything. I was so damn busy. Oh,
Yeah,
just,
best life, but if you ain't careful, you'll run out of room with rabbits.
damn, damn.
Susanna Susanna said she's like a rabbit, but she don't breed anymore.
Susanna's hilarious. There we go. First one pops up. I was under a different account. Ah, man. Stupid, stupid,
I
stupid.
do that too.
Like, why can't I find it?
But yeah, we used to have rabbits back in the day, and it wasn't nothing to the way they bred. Oh my god.
Yeah, I guess 2 days ago, we bred two more of our females.
Mm.
Yeah, we have 6 babies that are, I don't know, right about 4 weeks old from doe number one. And then we bred doe 2 and 3. On the other doe, we're actually going to get rid of because she's so big. And we're going to get rid of one of our bucks because we had 4 does and 3 bucks right now. We're going to get rid of one of the bucks and one of the does because we tried to breed him and he's just not very good at it. So we're going to get rid of him and one of the does soon. Probably,
Yeah.
I guess, when we get back from the cook-off. Put them in, the freezer. And then we'll still be left with 2 bucks and 3 does. So, and 2 of them got bred a couple of days ago, so that's good.
That's
Come
really
on.
good. We used to keep them in, remember the old chicken houses, how they had the hanging cages? That's
Uh-huh.
what we used to have ours in.
Oh,
We had to put like chicken wire in the bottom, so their legs didn't fall through and whatnot.
well, yeah. We use hardware cloth. I mean, all of ours are made of hardware cloth, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I remember having a pet rabbit, or my kids had a pet rabbit when I was young, when my kids were little, and I was in my it was a pet. I didn't eat rabbits back then. Well, that's not true. I ate the rabbits I shot, like going hunting, like not.
Yeah.
But the kid had a pet rabbit, and we had a rabbit hutch or whatever that I bought. That was a pain in the ass. That rabbit. She was sweet, but she was a pain in the ass. I cannot get this to pull up.
Monique, I'll have to go through my pictures and show you what I'm talking about. Talking about hanging cages, that sounds very 12th century.
Right? Like like the torture cages where they used to. How can I not get this to work? I
But
suck.
one thing's for sure, do not ever put them where, like in a fly cage without, as their pen, because they will dig their way out of it.
Right? They will. They can.
Oh, Lord, Jen. Oh, we love you too, Susanna. Always. But I have seen some big white rabbits with red eyes. We used to have some of them. Well, they wasn't red eyes; they were like pink eyes. But
Yeah,
in
that's what
certain
we.
light, in certain lights, they do look red.
We have 2 of those. We have a Californian Rex mix. He's white with the red eye, and then we have a full-blooded Californian, and then I have the gray female is the one we're going to get rid of right for now, and then I have a black female. But yeah, it's crazy. The white ones, they have crazy reddish pink eyes. I don't.
You mean all this food, I can't even eat it. I'm gonna try my damn to eat it.
Monique.
Yes, Susanna has the best kind of crazy. We all crazy. That's true, best life. In some
Hey, that's
aspect. Oh, crazy.
being crazy is about the only way to get through life anymore.
Right? Right? No doubt.
They may have, Monique. You never know. We all have our little quirks, Jen.
Yeah.
Always. No, I had we went down a rabbit hole earlier. And talking about, the whole Russia situation and what if it's a ploy to stop the next presidential election.
Oh, well, maybe. Yeah, it's hard to tell where that's going, the next presidential election, because, clearly Biden's not going to make it. that long. Well, I'm not saying he's not going to live that long. I'm just saying
Mm.
he won't be fit to run. And then you got the whole Kamala, and they have her, blacklisted already, I think,
Yeah.
from what I can tell. It's going to be interesting for sure.
And somebody said something about Hillary's running again.
I've heard rumors of that, but I cannot imagine that actually happening. She's already been beat twice for the most part.
Yeah.
I feel like they'd be beating a dead horse on that one. You know what I mean? Like I just don't see that happening.
Right.
Not that I'm one to make predictions. I'm not. I don't hear me out there making predictions. But if you ask me, I'm going to give you my opinion. And I think that would be like, beating a dead horse.
Oh, yeah.
But I think it's going to be interesting.
I do too. I'm not sure who it will be for the left. But for the right, I'm thinking either T-Man or DeSantis.
I personally, and there again, just my opinion. I know a lot of people have said it, and I'm not saying I don't like DeSantis from what I've seen and heard of him so far. I think that he would be a fool to do it at this point. I think he needs a little more time before he steps off into that, maybe down the road. But that's just my opinion. If I was him, I wouldn't want to jump off in this mess in, this next go around. That's just my opinion.
Right.
I think he'd be a fool to do that. But I'm not saying he doesn't have a political future, down the road. Who's that?
Yeah.
Wizard. Hey, Wizard.
Did somebody say fool?
I did.
I heard fool, and I'm like, I gotta see this. I didn't even get a notification, so I'm kind of bummed. I missed out on like an hour and 49 minutes.
I know. I missed out on quite a bit of it because we were out there feeding all the animals and all that stuff. And then I was trying to listen while I was doing it. It was playing on the porch. And then I came inside and he started getting ready for work. And I was like, I'm going to hop up and hang out because I haven't been on live for a while. And I actually feel better today for the first day since like 2 weeks ago. How you been?
Groovy. So what? I've been average. Could go either way. I'm not saying we got this big storm coming, so.
Yeah. It's the Wizard.
They're talking about we might get ice down here this weekend.
What's the old man up to?
He was walking by. He's getting ready for work. He was walking by and he's like, "Who's that?" He heard your voice. So it's Wizard.
Oh,
tell everybody
Jeremy, right?
Tell everybody.
Hey, Jeremy.
Jeremy.
Hey, Ghetto. I was wondering where you were.
Somebody said his name 3 times.
I know, and he'll pop up. I know, he texted me last night, but I was laying on the couch and I was about half asleep. And I was like, oh, man. I'm trying to get back on a regular person's sleep schedule. It's so hard, but I'm trying to do it.
Yeah, people got to start like doing these live streams like during the daytime.
I know, right?
It seems like all my friends are vampires and they live on the West Coast.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel. Like, yeah, exactly. Like, if it could be, 9 o'clock for Ghetto and it's 11 o'clock for me, and I'm on the couch like falling asleep, waiting to try to see somebody go.
I've been watching, like, done the head bob, I'm like, fuck, I'm just gonna like say goodbye or goodnight to everybody, and they're like, dude, it's only like fucking 10 o'clock. You're like kind of a pussy.
Yeah, but you're like, no, it's midnight, motherfucker. I didn't think
it's like freaking midnight. I turn into a pumpkin.
Me too. I mean, if I'm on a normal schedule, I do. And there for a while I wasn't. I got all sidetracked, but I'm trying to get back to be sort of a normal person.
I actually made it out of bed pretty early today, so I'm happy with that.
Hey, if I'm out of
Even though
bed
I
before noon, that's a good thing.
right, that's actually what time I made it out of bed.
What time?
But noon.
Oh, good Lord. I can't, there's no way in hell I can sleep till noon. I just can't do it. Even if I stay up. You know, I actually ended up, he texted me and I was like, no, I'm too tired, to go live or whatever. I just wouldn't be a good. And then I got sidetracked and I thought he was going to go live. And I ended up staying up till like 3:30 this morning. Awake. Nobody was live and I was just awake watching like reruns and stuff that I didn't catch before when I was sleeping. And then 3:30, 4 o'clock, I went to sleep. And then Jeremy got home at 7 and I was awake again. I
hear you.
cannot sleep more than, several hours at a time.
That's kind of depressing. That's like putting a quarter in one of those gumball machines and then like not getting a gumball.
Right.
That's what I ended up
Seriously,
doing.
everybody over 35 knows that joke. And it's like that's like some real like
Yes, with the slide.
therapeutic shit that yeah.
Yeah, most people any younger than that have no idea with the.
I'm serious. This is like some serious life trauma here, people.
Yeah, it was. Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, I actually didn't go to sleep till about 6 o'clock this morning, so
Holy crap!
it was rough.
That's the kind of cool thing about dating when you're over 40.
Mm.
You kind of like can talk about like going roller skating and pegging your jeans and wearing concert T-shirts and the back patches on your jean jacket and like who are the Kiss fans and who are the Crew fans and all this stuff and Rat Tails.
Oh yeah,
it's like a whole generation. Like these kids have no idea what fun is,
and they never will.
Right?
That's so sad.
Some of the best memories I have are like pickup games of like wiffle ball, and nobody fucking cheated. Everybody knew like their positions. Like when your mom calls you home for lunch or whatever, and you got to say like game off, pick it up tomorrow or whatever. Next day Saturday, so you got like a whole freaking 9 hours to play wiffle ball, and everybody knew like the score. They knew where everybody's positions were, and nobody was cheating. It was just like the best life ever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. We would go out in the morning. We would just leave after breakfast and not come back till maybe check in once. Maybe like check in once to grab a drink or a snack and be like, we're good. And
usually
come back.
Yeah, you'd like ride your bike and like scream at your house, go into the next person's house or whatever.
Yeah.
And I don't know how this worked out, but like my friend down the street always had like red Twizzlers on the kitchen in one of those like glass decanters or something like that, and we'd always go in there and like rob the Twizzlers. It was like a thing. So
my house was always the meetup house because I was the only child, so everybody was like, let's go to Wendy's house.
Right. Now, hey, this is a serious question for everybody on the panel and in the chat. When you were like maybe 8, 9, 10 years old, did you like get phone numbers and then not really want to be friends with that person because they had like a 0 or a 9 in their phone number?
Oh, because you had to go all the way around the dial?
Yeah. Fuck it. Damn it.
Yeah.
And privacy was like as long as the phone cord.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
That's like, oh shit. What? Wait, I'm 40 and Kiss is way before my time. Oh shit, now I feel really old. No, it's not. Well, maybe it is. I'm almost 50. Kiss was
they started in like 1966 or 7 or something like that.
Right.
I might be wrong.
I was going to
correct me.
In the 70s, I definitely, but I was the youngest of my family. So I had an older brother that was 8.5 years older than me. So music for me was my brother's music. So I got all of that at a really young age. I mean, we had like stacks of 45s, and I would play them in my room because I had a little record player and all. It's awesome.
That's hilarious. You say that because my first album was the Monkees. I
Oh,
wore that thing out.
my first full-size album. Y'all are gonna laugh. Oh my god. Oh my god. My first. I mean, I had a bunch of 45s when I was young. Between my brothers and the ones that my grandmother or whoever bought for me that I asked for. But my first full-size album, aside from, hang on, I take that back. I was gonna say,
I had 45s. I had like
Yeah.
Elvis and
well, we
what
had
was that one Beatles album?
we had Elvis 8-tracks for crying out loud. But my first full-size album that was mine was Foreigner 4.
Oh wow.
Wow. Foreigner 4. That was the album. Yeah, I'm that old.
Wow.
That
I still have one vinyl,
he
and
said,
it's
"Oh,
actually a collector's item. It's the Empire Strikes Back from Star
oh,
Wars.
yeah. Nice." I remember having what was the oh god, what
Hey,
was
Dan.
the Muppets?
Hey, we're the Monkees.
Hey, for the monkeys. People say the monkeys. Right? Oh yeah, yeah.
Jeez, you even know all the lyrics. My gosh.
Oh
This is
yeah.
like
Don't get me started.
you're
If
on
somebody
like a
plays the
YouTube
song,
time machine.
I
He knows more lyrics to more songs than any person in the world.
he
You're on
said,
you guys are on my team when we do that bar time music bingo or whatever.
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, if it comes to music trivia, or well, not so much trivia, but music lyrics, I got you. We got this.
With her knowledge of music, my knowledge of history of movies, we're gonna win.
Right on.
That's true. He's the history guy. I'm more music and music,
Music and music.
pretty much.
I do music and I do history, so I was a band geek.
Yes.
I did not feed the cats. We have not closed the chicken coop yet. I
Right
can't
here.
feed the cats until we close the chicken coop because the chickens come eat all the cat food. Chickens. Crazy chickens.
Never thought you'd say that, right?
Right? They do. They're crazy. Chickens are nuts.
You guys have children, right?
They're all grown.
Do you remember saying something to your kids and then like a real quick second after it, you'd be like, oh fuck, I sound like my mom.
I all the time. I still do that. Like I do that to my grandkids. I'll say something and I'm like, oh man.
Said I'd never turn into my parents and I'm, fat, balding, I got a bad attitude. And I'm like, damn, I'm my fucking dad.
Yep.
All over
Yep.
again.
All the time. I sound just like my mother all the time.
But he was endearing and I'm not.
Disturbing. It's kind of disturbing at times.
I still don't know how to like rewind an 8-track. Tigger.
Who has the 8-track tapes? We did. We had every 8-track. My mother had I don't know, 70 something. It was, God, it looked like a land barge. Thunderbird, 70 something Thunderbird, and it had an 8-track player in it, and she had every Elvis 8-track ever flipping made.
Oh wow. You said land barge, and I'm like, I thought you were talking about my ex-wife.
I mean, the cars back there. I would lay on the back windshield, under the back windshield when she was driving. It was ginormous.
Right.
Every Elvis 8-track ever made. My mom was a huge Elvis fan.
Right?
I
Right,
remember-
best life. I eat things that eat vegetables.
Right? Right? I was doing on the flip side was right. Nice.
I miss my,
Ah, good.
but yeah, even now, I listen to Elvis any day.
old folks live stream. Apparently, it is an old folks live stream.
Right?
Me too. I love Elvis. What's your favorite Elvis song, Peach?
Eesh, that is so many.
There are so many. I called you Peach. I can call you by your name because you told everybody your name. Okay, Wendy, what's your favorite Elvis song?
I'd have
What's
to
your
say
favorite Elvis song, Wizard?
Jailhouse Rock.
I was just about to say that. That was the one that I wore out when I was like in grade 5 or 6.
Wow. Mine is an obscure song that most people don't even know. It's funny.
Some of his gospel stuff is really, really nice.
Some of it is. But there's a song called Way Down. You should look it up on I guess YouTube. I don't know. Way Down. Have you ever heard that one?
Negative.
It doesn't even sound like Elvis, but it's awesome. That was my favorite when I was a kid.
I like his movies. My mom has been listening to Elvis a lot because evidently she couldn't listen to Elvis when she was growing up because he was like a little risque in his, dancing or whatever.
The hip thing. Yeah. Right.
But believe every time I
How-
go over there now, she's got one playing in the background. She's got a couple in queue, and I'm like, I laughed at her. I mean, she's like 83 years old, and I'm like, you're kind of an Elvis groupie. She laughed like hell.
That's funny. My mom listened to Elvis for years. I mean, she clearly loved Elvis way back when. But she's what's his name? Delbert McClinton. Anybody know who Delbert McClinton is? Because she's the Delbert McClinton groupie.
Negative.
Heard that one.
Suzanne is funny. Delbert McClinton. That's who my mom is like fascinated with for years now. She's definitely great. She actually belongs to the fan club. Oh shit! And she's in her late 70s.
To be quite honest with you, I had like probably around the same era, like I don't know, 1979, 80, 81 or whatever. I was a big Christy McNichol fan.
Oh.
I had the biggest crush on her. Oh my goodness. And her and her brother, Jimmy McNichol, they came out with this song called He's So Fine. And I thought she was, singing it to me, of course,
Of course. Of course.
Then when she got older and she became a lesbian, I'm like, now I love you like 33 1/3% more. But I digress.
Oh.
And my other favorite was Leonard Skinner.
Mm.
Yeah.
You cannot be from the South and not like Leonard Skinner.
Yep.
Sorry.
That's true.
Right, Susanna?
What of it?
I said there's a dive bar where I live at. Seems like every time there's a bonfire outside, they got some Skinner playing. Makes the party even like more funner.
Right.
Always. Always. Susanna, you should come up here. Why is she? I know, Susanna's hilarious. She was killing me at the canning stream day Saturday.
I didn't know that she knew like really old time rap either.
Oh man, when Susanna starts, DJ Susanna is the best. Like, man, I love it when she does that, especially early in the day, like when she starts playing music. I'm usually in the kitchen or cleaning or doing something, and I listen to man. That is my favorite. I love it. Love it, love it, love it.
Are your walls green?
No, they're just a beige tan color. It could be, no.
Could
They're
be
like
my bifocals or the lighting, whatever, because it looks like it's the same wall color in my house.
No, it's
like
a beige.
Lemongrass.
No, it's just a beige color. It could be the crazy lights outside on the porch that he has on.
Gotcha.
Oh, and then I have the crazy blue lights he put under the cabinet.
Yeah, it looks very 70s disco. Awesome.
Yeah, that was Jeremy.
Cool. It matches my thumbnail.
Yeah, I was looking at that. I like that.
That's freaky.
I don't know. Actually, I was going to, and I'm going to change it now. I'm going to change it because I prefer it like this so I can see the chat on the TV. But earlier he was like, I got to come to the, he had some clothes in the dryer and he was like, you can't put it that way because they'll see me come out and go around the corner to the dryer.
Yeah, we don't need to see no naked Jeremy or anything.
Right. He was like, I'll be in my towel. You can't do it that way. I was like, that's fine. I'll do it the other way. Yeah, he was getting ready for work, and I was like, well, all right. Okay, now, that better? That's better. See? It's just white and beige and all our old signs and stuff up there. We
Yeah.
collect old cigarette signs and old metal signs and oil cans and
Boy, there's a shit ton of that stuff here in Durham.
really, it's hard to
Well-
find one from here.
No, I mean that's where they used to make Lucky Strike cigarettes. So I mean, you can go in and find in these little shops and stuff and find all sorts of stuff from like the early 1900s and stuff
Right.
like that.
It's hard to find way down here.
Are you in Carolina too?
I'm in Texas. I'm saying it's hard to find way down here.
Gotcha.
Much easier up north, or well, I consider everything north. So,
I guess it's even better to find stuff like that in Winston-Salem, where they made Winston cigarettes and all that.
right.
But a lot of people on Craigslist and Marketplace and stuff, they'll have like old like tobacco stakes and like old horse-drawn tobacco planters and all sorts of stuff. I mean, unless you know what it is, you'll be like, what the fuck would anybody want that for? But it's like something that was like so in a daily use back in like, forever ago.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we love all that stuff. We have actual full packs of cigarettes, Cool
Yeah.
and Old Gold and Chesterfield and Camel and Lucky Strike, and those are in my.
If you ever get a chance, like sometime like right around spring into summertime, here in Moore County, they have this thing called the 7 Mile Yard Sale.
Oh.
And it's one road where everybody like puts their stuff out for a yard sale, and you just drive and drive and drive. It's like 7 miles of just yard sales.
Jeremy, absolutely love that.
Oh, I got
I mean,
one for you.
Yeah,
We
people.
have sorry, Wizard, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
We have one here in Georgia that's called Peaches to Beaches. It goes from North Georgia all the way down 341, all the way down to Brunswick, Georgia.
Wow.
Wow.
It-
Yeah.
It's long.
He would absolutely love that. He is the yard sale fanatic.
And people just have no idea sometimes on what they're putting out. And I found this one time where this guy had like this Tupperware bin full of like old Disney tapes, like VHS tapes.
Mm.
And you guys know that the ones with the little black diamonds on them are selling on eBay for up to like $150 a piece.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And less if it's like in real shitty condition. I mean, if it's like mint and box, you can get like $200 and some for this thing. Or like, what were those? There was a big fad, maybe like the early 2000s or whatever. These beanie things.
Beanie Babies.
Yeah, I guess there's one Beanie Baby out there that is worth like 10 grand.
Wow.
I don't know which one it is. I mean, you could probably look it up on the internet.
I had so many of those years ago. Oh shit.
Oh, the
Trolls.
The troll dolls, yeah, dude. Susanna. That's funny. Jeremy's outside, but
What'd she say?
she said, hello, Jeremy. It's okay if you like your chili without beans. I forgive you. I guess because of the whole yard sale thing. Yeah.
Thought you trailed off there.
Sorry. She said She said she forgives Jeremy for liking his chili without beans.
Ah.
It's kind of a joke in our kidding thing when I make chili.
Well, chili's not.
I'm the
Chili's
only
not
one
really.
who makes chili without beans, apparently, in our whole group. So they give me shit about it.
Well, it's not really chili without the music, right?
But no, you still have that. You still have that. I'm just saying, I'm the only one in our group that makes chili without beans.
That makes you special.
It's a Texas thing. We don't put beans in our chili. Crying out loud. It's not bean soup, it's chili.
I've never seen or heard anybody that done chili without beans until I met you.
Well, ma'am, it's a Texas thing.
Well, I believe.
Jeez, you start talking about chili, man. That Texas twang comes out in you.
Right. It's a Texas thing, ma'am. Bless your heart.
Oh, I'm from North Carolina. I know what that means. What's even more hilarious is when you get like a freaking 80-year-old woman that says it, and she's like, did she mean it, or did she tell me to go fuck myself? I'm not sure.
Right.
I know, they're so sweet. Oh, bless your heart.
She's got 4 babies on her teeth. Bless her heart. You know she's calling her a slut.
Right, Tiger? Thank you. Tiger said I could eat my chili any way I wanted. Ooh, I need enough.
And then you have the Kiss My Grits from Mel's Diner.
Oh my God. I love Flo from Mel's Diner. I used to watch that all the time when I was a kid.
Right.
Mel never got anything over on Flo.
Never.
Alice was always the smart one of the bunch, and then the other one was just kind of she was like the doorknob of the fucking crew.
Yeah, that was a good show though.
What was her name? It was Flo, Alice, and then the other one.
Flo.
No. Eunice? No.
Oh, what was her name?
This is great. Yeah, this is a
Flo, Alice, and what was the other one's name? Nikki, do you remember?
I don't remember. Flo was always my favorite, of course. Alice was funny, but Flo was my favorite. Flo reminded me of my great Aunt Liddy. She looked just like her. She talked just like her. I had a great aunt, but I swear could have been her twin. It was silly.
What's weird is I never remember seeing any customers on Mel's Diner. They were serving food, but to who? I don't. Maybe it's just like a mental block or something. I don't know.
Whatever.
Right, Susanna? She said, and if things work out, she's going to stay a while.
Who?
Huh?
What?
Y'all don't remember Alice saying that on Mel's Diner?
Oh, it's been a long time. No, shit. I just remember Kiss My Grits and...
All I remember that is she had a blonde son, and geez, it's like we saw him grow up. I mean, he was just a little kid, and then we saw him when he was like 30.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, it was part of the song too, Susanna.
I was gonna say that was the song. That was part of the theme song, right? Yeah, this is an old person live stream for sure.
You know what I was thinking? On my YouTube history, I was like, man, if anybody ever sees my YouTube history, they're gonna be like, oh God. But remember the show Webster?
Oh yeah.
Yes.
He was so cute.
Yeah, is he still alive?
I don't know, but he was so stinking cute.
Tiger said it was Flo, Alice,
Vera.
Vera, Tommy, and Mel.
It was Vera.
Vera. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Google.
Tiger. Thank you, Tiger. Yeah. Vera.
Tommy, yeah, cool.
That's funny.
And
What were
then
some other
Twisted
70s
Sister.
shows?
Oh, you remember? Let's see, 7.
What was the
Oh,
name of that TV show with Valerie Bertinelli was one of the sisters, and she had an older sister with had like red hair, and then the mom was like that short red-haired lady, just a spitfire, and the guy that always had the he was
the guy,
always in their freaking apartment, and he was their maintenance guy.
he was the maintenance guy. Yes. Oh shit, what was that? You know, Valerie Bertinelli had a cooking show, or she's had a cooking show on like Food Network for years, and
Yeah,
it
she
just
like she
um,
invites over all her celebrity friends, and they kind of have lunch. That's a cool show. She's not
that
bad.
was
She's not a
Day
bad
at a
cook.
time.
One day at a time. Yep.
one day at a time. That,
Thank
yes.
you,
Oh my God.
Deanne.
I never really knew the point of that show. Was this like, this is what happens when you get divorced in the 70s? What the fuck?
Yeah, divorced with 2 teenage daughters. That was it. That was the whole point. And then you had this crazy ass maintenance man that was always around with his goofy
And
maintenance.
one of your daughters is going to marry Van Halen or Alex. Yeah, Eddie Van Halen. And your other daughter is going to become a freaking crack whore.
That's actually what happened. Yeah,
Yep.
for sure. That is actually what happened. Yeah.
If we can have a moment of silence for Eddie Van Halen. Amen.
And then,
I'll tell you,
Last-
wherever these people are is going to be like the most epic fucking party. From Marlon Brando to Betty White to Eddie Van Halen. Aww.
Aww.
bye, Jeremy.
Bye.
Later, J Train.
Oh shit! Hang on, let me get a second.
I'm gonna steal it for a second, guys. Hold on a second.
Quit that grab ass in the kitchen. Behave yourself, young man. I should say, young lady.
Right?
Right? Sorry, I'm a little off the chain tonight.
Hey, not a problem at all.
Right? Right, Ken? That was a really funny show.
We're just hanging out.
This is the way life should be. No drama.
Right.
Which one? Which one?
What you talking about, Willis?
Oh God, I love that one too. What you talking about, Lewis?
Mhm.
I used to love that one too.
Oh,
And
man, it's right
then,
on the tip of my tongue.
And then
Something straight.
Stanford. Do you remember Stanford and Son?
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm going to have that fucking song in my head for a week now.
I love it. And then the Jeffersons.
Yep.
Different strokes.
Different Strokes. That was it.
Different Strokes. That was what you talking about, Willis. Oh, I love that one. Man, I even remember.
There was an episode of like Different Strokes that was like the most risque in the 70s or the 80s or whenever it was. I can't remember if it was about racism or if it was about date rape or something like that, but it was really powerful the way, and it was really professionally done, and like the way they put it across to the general populace. That's in my YouTube history.
Okay. I'll have to look that.
Good times.
Good
Remember
times.
that?
Oh, good times. Oh, Dynamite.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was. I was just gonna ask you what was his like tagline.
Oh, good times. Yeah, I'm talking about those Dynamite. Yeah.
Greatest snack in here.
And the neighbor Penny. Oh, that was the one that got me. Remember that? Is that Thunder? That's Thunder. The neighbor Penny, the girl that lived down the hall or whatever. They dealt with some controversial stuff back then, like child abuse and stuff. Because remember the neighbor Penny, the little girl who would come over every now and then when she had like the iron burns on her back, like her mom was abusing her.
Oh no shit!
You don't remember that episode? Oh, oh.
Susanna.
Hey, Susanna.
Hey, Susanna.
Hello. Hi, everyone.
How you feeling, darling?
A lot better, thank you.
You're very welcome. The other day, it did sound like you had one foot in the grave and the other on a banana peel, and then 3 days later, you're all chitty chatty and talking. So, it sounds great.
I was taking that stuff that Ghost made on that Ghost was making on the canning channel, and it helped a lot.
Gotcha.
Hi, Fat Man. He's in chat. You know, I never been into Gilligan's Island, Matt.
Oh, I love Gilligan's Island.
Yeah, there was some shenanigans going there on Gilligan's Island, you know.
That was awesome. Lost in Space. Holy crap, Tiger. Lost in Space. That was good. That was a good one.
You
And
guys remember the 1975 version of Buck Rogers?
Yes.
yes, actually.
Funny story. I actually friended him on Facebook a long time ago, and we got into like this like pissing match with like the actual actor. It was awesome.
Wow.
Sorry, I'm kind of a nerd.
Fat Man, that is my all-time favorite TV
Things
show.
have happened.
Yes.
Oh wow!
Land of
Oh
Lord,
my
demon.
God! Land of the
Land
Lost
of
with
the
the
Lost.
the name of the lizard people were Sleestacks.
Please facts, yeah. That's so funny. We watched that actually a couple months ago. We pulled it up and watched a couple episodes. That is the cheesiest shit ever now.
Where did you
I
find
saw
that?
it too, and I thought, oh my God, and Chaka, we
Yep.
used to watch that. We used to just love that stuff, and then you're like, I really used to watch this cheesy
Right?
stuff.
Like 2 or 3 years ago, there were some.
I was like, I love this, and then I was like, oh my God, this is horrible.
2 or 3
And
years ago, there was
kind of like-
memes out about him, like Chaka.
Chaka.
They were hilarious.
Oh, shit. You know, most of the people watching don't even know what the hell we're talking about.
Right.
How about Swiss Family Robinson? Y'all remember that shit?
No, but I remember that.
books?
It was the guy that had the bear, or Ben the Friendly Bear, and he lived in Montana or some shit. Grizzly Adams.
Yes,
Grizzly Adams.
I used to love watching Grizzly Adams.
Grizzly Adams.
I swear I thought I was gonna grow up and marry a guy who lived in the woods and talked to bears. Yeah.
Are you kind of living that there, Susanna, or what?
Something like that.
Girl can just dream, right?
Right? Very nice. Oh, God.
My still watches Gunsmoke
Yeah, Gunsmoke was good.
and Bonanza.
I caught myself watching Bonanza this afternoon.
Bonanza. Oh, Lord, really?
Bam, 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 bam.
Big Hoss and Little Joe.
Yep.
Watched Bonanza in years.
See, I didn't know that. Like Lee Majors was in Bonanza or the Big Valley. I can't remember which one it was.
$1 million.
And then, yeah, the guy from Michael Landon was on there,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
and then the father was Lauren Green.
Yeah.
I wanted to be
Cornel-
like Lauren Green because he was the commander of the Battlestar Galactica.
Oh, God.
Which one was this, Nikki? Do 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 do. Good night, sweetheart. It's time to go.
Shana Na.
Yep.
Oh, my God.
I remember
Yeah,
that variety show.
good.
That was hilarious.
How about Hee Haw?
I
Oh.
still watch Hee Haw with my sister.
Minnie Pearl and that stupid tag on her hat. Yeah, we're that old.
Oh, we bought my mom one of those hats and we left the tag on it. She laughed her ass off. She's like, I feel like Minnie Pearl.
That's funny. Now that's funny.
Well, it's just the way she talks. She had that real thick Tennessee accent.
That's hilarious. Oh, God.
Oh my
My
gosh.
favorite part
Oh,
about
yeah.
the whole picking and when they, oh God, who was shit, when they did their songs.
Roy Clark?
God, The old guy with the mustache.
Yeah, Roy Clark, and I can't remember the other one.
I love that. I love
Kicking and a grinning. Yep.
Taking and a grinning. Mm.
All the world is waiting for you and the power you possess. The Wonder
wait.
Woman.
Yeah.
Wonder Woman was
Oh,
tired.
shit. Wonder
Oh,
Woman.
man.
Oh, God. Wonder Woman.
And then there was the Incredible Hulk, and Mr. McGee was always trying to catch him.
Yeah, he was like 2 days behind wherever he went. I'm like, the people that were narking on the Hulk, I mean, how could this guy ever find him? You know, it's one dude walking around with the same brown bag for like 7 years. You know,
You know what, Wendy? I think we just hijacked your whole live stream with like old people
Hey, I'm enjoying it.
trivia.
But you know what? The guy that played Dr. Banner, it looked exactly like my uncle. And I swore I would sit there and watch it, and I would look at him. And
just
I
trying to
looked back
piss
at
him
the
off.
no. I seriously thought it was him. Like I would just look at him. I would just look at him, and I'd look back at the TV, and I'd be like, okay. And you know, from Three's Company, Janet, my aunt, got a haircut, that pixie haircut, and she looked just like her. And I did the same thing.
Oh,
And
that's
I was
funny.
like, oh my God, my whole family is on TV.
So it was a bunch of TV doppelgangers.
It's true. They looked exactly like them too. I was so young, and I remember just looking like, okay.
I kind of do that as a hobby. I mean, I'll just be like out somewhere and somebody will like catch my attention, and I'll spend like however long I'm in the coffee shop or whatever just trying to figure out what this person looked like. And I've seen like Farrah Fawcett. I've seen like, you know, he's a politician. I can't remember his name. Newt Gingrich. And I'm like, damn.
I used to love I Dream of Jeannie too, Tyler. I Dream of Jeannie. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
And Bewitched.
The French version of Pink Panther, that's got to be hilarious, but I think you'd have to watch it stoned.
Yeah, I've never seen it.
Ooh, hello.
How about Benny Hill? Anybody ever watch Benny Hill?
Oh, yeah.
Yes.
Charlie's Angels was good too, Tiger.
Charlie's Angels was good.
Oh, I had a crush on the little blonde girl. I can't remember her name. Hey, Ronnie.
Oh yeah, Elf from
Elf.
Melmac.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Does anybody know his real name?
No.
Oh my gosh, I'm trying to remember.
Gordon Shumway.
Oh yes. You're right.
That was a bar, you know, one of those games that they play, like, you know, the real fucking hard bar games.
The trivia.
Mm-hmm. I don't know why I can't remember the word trivia.
Mork and Mindy. Yeah, I used to watch Mork and Mindy.
Nanu.
Mark calling Orson. Come in, Orson. Shazbot. I actually had a pair of his like rainbow suspenders with the egg and the little finger going to the right, which I thought was weird, but it was fun then.
Oh Lord. Yeah, we just totally hijacked your live stream with like old people moving in.
So does anybody remember what we were talking about before we got onto the fun stuff?
Not really.
No, but I remember Hot Lips from MASH.
Oh yeah. There were a lot of stars. Do you know that in that one episode, that was the only time that Alan Alda and his father actually ever worked together in Alan Alda's career? And it was like one of the, if not the only time, but like the last time, because his father passed away after that.
Right.
That was a good episode.
God, that was. Yeah.
I did not know that, Ghetto.
Yeah, that's true. I knew that.
E.T.
Oh.
Now, did Elf like to eat cats, or did he like to befriend them? I wasn't sure that because
No,
there's
I
that
think
orange.
you probably eat them.
Eat
Pretty
them,
sure.
okay.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was eat them. It's been a long
I don't
time.
know, but I remember thinking that I wanted to grow up and drink with Jack Tripper at the Regal Beagle.
Right?
I liked the
Man got a bunch of free drinks. I've never seen him pay a bar tab.
Y'all, I have to say that was I should I don't know. He reminded me so much of my brother. It was so funny. My brother.
I used to
Um,
imagine I was going to grow up and do a lot of things with these people now that I think about it.
I'm just saying,
Right?
he literally, and especially at the bar at the Regal Beagle, that because my brother was gay. I had a gay brother. And I
It
that
just came to me right now that whole scene in my head. It does look like all the leatherback booths and everything. Name called the Regal Beagle. There was always I've never seen any women in there.
I'm just saying that literally that show and him and his character in that show reminded me so much of my brother. It was so funny.
Yeah, there were women in there sometimes.
Really?
Sometimes, yeah, they
Because I
did.
remember that didn't Jack Tripper have to act gay because he wasn't allowed to live in the apartment because the old man.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, it was.
Right. I mean,
It was when the landlords would come over, either Mr. Roper or who was the other one? Because there were
Mrs.
two of them.
Mrs. Roper. No, it was
No,
just
but
Mr.
then
Mrs.
Don
Roper.
Knotts was the second. He took over for Mr. Roper.
Oh, that's right. Later on, I was just saying it was like Mr. Roper and his wife for a while. But yeah,
You know,
I'm just
I
saying
always
the one
wondered
he
if
acted when he was gay, like when he pretended to be gay and whatever, he reminded me so much of my brother. Oh my god, it was so funny.
I'm starting to think your brother's gay.
My brother was gay. Yeah,
Oh, all right.
for sure. I mean, he's gone now, but he was very much so. And he looked a lot like him. So funny.
I wonder how many, or what Mrs. Roper actually looked like because she was always wearing those muumuus or the shower curtain or whatever the hell they were called.
Like a moo. Yeah, for sure.
Oh man! And then he had.
Oh Lord, Batman. Night Court. Y'all remember that show with
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I remember Night Court.
Wings? I remember Wings.
That the homeless guy on Night Court. That was the first job that the guy he played Data on Star Trek Next Generation. That started his career right then.
How about Taxi? Did anybody ever watch Taxi?
Oh, that was hilarious.
Yeah, I thought Danny DeVito was never going to age.
I know, right? Me
Right?
too.
Did you guys see the episode where Jim, the taxi driver, ate his first pop brownie? He was going to Harvard before he had his first pop brownie, and then he turned into a serious drug addict.
I don't remember that one, no.
It's on YouTube. It's oh my god, it's the best. He gets that face, and then his stories that he tells, they have nothing to do with anything, kind of like my stories, but he was eating a pop brownie or some kind of cookie, and he was he'd sniff it and taste it and rub it on his gums, and he'd say, "This is like a 1975 Colombian, on the West Coast during the wet season or something like that." Yes, I said wet season, Susanna. Get your mind out of the gutter, you little girl. You guys remember a show called Manimal? It was this a blonde dude. He's got, I think, an English accent, and he was like, um, an upper echelon. He had a lot of money and all that stuff. But something happened to him to where he could like morph into all these animals, and he would like fight crime and shit like that. You guys don't remember that?
I don't.
How about the show Phoenix? It was this guy who was like from outer space, and he had this amulet. Everything had to do with amulets for some reason in the 70s. But then there was this other show, and the girls might know this, but it was called Isis. And she was like the god Isis, and she could like fight crime and all this stuff because that's what they did in the 70s with their amulets.
No, I don't remember that one either.
Man, so many shows.
I do remember Knight Rider though. With Kid.
Yes.
Yes, who can forget the Hoff?
Right?
And Baywatch, but that was 80s.
Oh yeah, there's nothing like slow boobs running. Oh, I'll tell you.
Jumping up and down.
Right?
Bouncing.
Bouncing up and down. You know what I was thinking of? I was thinking of oh crap, what is it called? Where they make her jump up and down all the time. What is
Jumping
that show
Jacks?
called? Huh?
Dancing with the Oldies? Don't
Oh my
snarf your Coca-Cola there, Nikki. That comes out of your nose. I hope Ghetto's recording this.
$6 million man was good too.
It was good.
Had a crush on Lindsay Wagner. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
She was a Saber-toothed tiger.
Welcome back, Cotter. Okay, stars.
Wow, that's an old one.
I love that.
The little Mexican guy, he always had that like bandana in his pocket, and he would walk around like all dude like.
Welcome back, Carter.
I wonder what there was like 5 or 6 main characters. I wonder if we can like remember their names.
Oh,
Obviously,
God.
Mr. Cotter.
Obviously. What about the God, what was that stupid laugh that one did? I can't. Oh my God! Oh God! What was that? Oh shit!
I'm just laughing because Nikki's died laughing.
Oh, welcome back, Carter. Oh, you had the tall black guy that was always the cool one, and then you had
Travolta,
who thought he was the cool one, but he wasn't, and then you had the little dorky white guy with the stupid.
and he always wore that green army jacket.
Hey, Nikki,
Oh, I do.
up
The
your
little
nose
Mexican,
with the rubber hose.
yeah, the little Latin guy's name was Epstein,
Yes,
which is weird. That sounds awful Jewish.
No. It was Arnold Horshack.
Yep.
Oh God, Arnold Horshack. Oh, good Lord, I loved that show so much. Now that theme song is gonna get stuck in my head.
I still got the Sha-na-na thing bouncing around the old cranium.
Oh.
Time to go home. Bo-bo-do-bo-bo. Good night, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go home. All right.
Yeah.
You're welcome for that earworm chat.
Thank you, Fat Man. I appreciate
Yeah, Juan
it.
Epstein. Washington, yep.
Yeah. Arnold Horshack.
Juan Epstein.
Epstein. Oh my God. I can't remember. I'm too old to remember.
I can't remember Washington's name, but it was something like
oh man.
I don't know. Yeah, Georgia, you're drinking. Stay away from the cooking, Sherry.
Hang on, guys. Y'all breaking up on my end. I'll be right back. Hang on.
All right.
Okay. We're like, okay. We'll hold it down. Maybe.
Vinnie Barbarino.
Vinny, yes. Yes.
I don't know where I came up with that. That just popped into my old brain.
Yes.
All right, that took a lot of brain power. I'm gonna have to take a break.
Vinny Barbarino. Anakin.
Yes, Vinnie Barbarino.
Vinny Barbarino.
Barbarino. Mr. Carter.
Mr. Oh, that was the Mr. Conte.
And then he always had, when he would talk, he had that like real radio voice. Washington.
WKRP in Cincinnati.
Oh Lord,
Good.
who said that?
Oh
I
my
mean,
God.
you said that, but did somebody else say?
No, but I remember that show. Every time the show came on, the Band-Aid moved on Les Nessman's forehead somewhere else.
Baby, if you ever wondered,
Wondered whatever
whatever
became of.
of me.
I'm
I'm living
living
on the
on the air.
air in Cincinnati.
Cincinnati, WKRP.
WKRP.
Yeah.
I know.
Okay, y'all are officially making me feel really flipping old.
I could
tonight.
probably sing the second verse to that if I was watching the show, but I don't remember it. Like just to remember it, Susanna.
No, I don't either. Y'all are officially making me feel really damn old.
Time tacking and unpacking. Something.
Up and down the aisle. Maybe you and me were never meant to be.
But
So
maybe
thank
think of me once in a while.
Oh Lord.
I'm on
WKRP
WKRP
in
in
Cincinnati.
Cincinnati.
Oh, sorry. All the cats in my neighborhood are like crawling now, like telling me to shut up.
Well, it's pouring raining outside, so nobody can hear me. So that's cool.
Oh, good.
Y'all literally are officially making me feel really damn old.
Well, it's keeping me out of jail and it's keeping the other girls off the pole, so it's a good stream. You haven't laughed like this in a long time, huh? What, 2 days, Nikki?
Well, it was Saturday. Something. It's been like 4 days. I don't know. It's been a while. It's storming outside. I guess it's our official cold front coming in. I've been in a t-shirt all day outside.
Yeah, we did that.
Sorry,
Wow. You guys see what Stars just said? I did that. Yep.
Hands across America? Hands across America?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that, but I don't remember ever doing that.
No. We all remember me. Well, Mommy remembers it. I'm just saying, y'all are officially making me feel old. I haven't thought about a whole lot of these shows in a really long time.
Don't you hate it when you get lit in your lighter and it won't fucking work? And to go inside, grab one of those little tooth digger things and dig it out.
Mm-hmm.
What?
We're actually having a cold front move in, I think. We don't get snow like all you guys get. We're getting rain and more rain.
Yeah, because you guys can't handle the fucking snow, bunch of pussies.
Right.
One little snowstorm, and you're on the freaking news for a month and a half.
Yeah, some of them.
Did you guys fare well through that whole thing, or?
Oh yeah, Snowmageddon. I still call
Yeah.
it Snowmageddon. I think it was awesome. You know why? Because my daughter said she would never make fun of me again. I have a 4-wheel drive truck, and they got some snow, and power lines down and stores closed and all that stuff. And it was when Barrett, the youngest, was the baby, and she ran out of baby formula. Her car couldn't get out of the driveway. Snow and ice on the roads. And I had to take water and like bottled water and stuff to my parents, and bottled water and evaporated milk, Karo syrup, and bottled water to my daughter to make my grandma version of baby formula, because she ran out of baby formula and Walgreens and all the stores were closed anyway, but it didn't matter because she couldn't get out the damn driveway. And I took all that stuff over there to her, and she was like, promise I'll never make fun of you again. Because I'm a crazy, mom who has everything in my
Super
pantry.
mom.
Right? So I even printed up a recipe for it on Pinterest. I'm like, it's a real thing. It's emergency baby formula. You use evaporated milk, Karo syrup, bottled water, and you mix it in these proportions, and it's baby formula. Not long term, but emergency baby formula. She was like, oh, thank you. I'll never make fun of you again. She used to make fun of me for my pantry. My preparedness pantry, so to speak. So she was like, I'll never make fun of you.
Think she's going to start prepping?
No.
Oh.
No, I don't think so. Right now, no. They still order like Uber Eats and shit. But whatever.
Make your own goddamn food.
Right. No, I agree. No, my son-in-law, my daughter is not a cook. She is not. When she wants something, she will order Uber Eats, she will whatever. My son-in-law is actually a stay-at-home dad, and he is a good cook, and he cooks most of their meals.
Right on. Go him.
And she's the one that runs her own business and works a lot. And I mean, I know it's weird and it's opposite.
No, I can respect the hell out of that man for doing that,
Oh, yeah.
That's a man that takes care of his family. Absolutely.
Well, I mean, my first grandkid, for the first 2 years, but both of them worked. I mean, she worked and he worked as well. And I took care of my first grandson Monday through Friday, because they both worked, for like 2 years. And he's 6 now. So After her business took off, they decided he would stay home and, watch Benton. And she worked and he stayed home. But she hates to cook, and he likes to cook. Like, he and I will hang out and cook together and stuff. He likes to cook. So, it's just kind of a thing. Whatever. And he's a good cook. But then my son, so my daughter, not so much. And then my son, who's 4.5 years younger than her, he made his own pizza oven outside where he lives now.
Oh, shit.
He literally made his own, it's not an awesome, crazy, eccentric piece oven, but it works. And he
makes a killer pizza.
He made his own homemade. He made a pizza oven. He makes his own homemade pizza dough, and makes his, he's the one. My boy is the one that's like interested in cooking, and well, not just cooking. Cannolis. My husband is half Mexican, half Italian. So on Christmas Eve, we go to the Italian side of the family, and he made homemade cannolis and took over there.
Oh, wow.
The family thing, and they were all like, these are good. I was like, man. Yeah, he bought me. He even bought me the cannoli. You know, like the little metal things that you put
The cannoli tubes. Oh yeah, my
the
grandmother
tubes.
had
Yeah,
those.
the tubes. Thank you. They're still in a package. He makes cannolis, and he bought me a set of the tubes when he bought him a set of the tubes. And I'm over here like, man, I'm not a baker. I don't bake. I don't bake.
I think that was a
I mean,
hint.
he's super sweet though. He bought me a set of the tubes when he bought him his set when he started, making cannolis. But yeah, that's my boy.
Well, you know,
Or
guys do that kind of thing. You know, they'll buy
younger.
themselves a handgun and then they have to buy you one, so it doesn't make them feel so guilty.
Yeah, but that's so weird because he doesn't have one. It's so weird. He's such the sweet. Like my daughter's like, I wouldn't say vicious, but you don't want to cross her really. She's more. And then he was always just the calm, super sweet one. It's so weird. She hates to cook. He loves to cook. I don't know. You know how kids, when you have two kids, they're completely opposite.
Oh yeah.
They're completely opposite. They're just completely opposite. He's like the super sweet one, and he's so calm and nothing bothers him really. I wouldn't say nothing bothers him. I'm just saying he's so chill. He's just super chill. And my
Sort of
daughter,
level-headed, yeah.
somebody say something, and she's just like, ah. So she takes after her mom. Because, but she hates to cook, and he loves to cook. It's just bizarre how they got such different traits,
That's
Not
how
so
mine
bad.
are.
Sorry, Susanna. Go ahead.
Oh no, I just said that's how mine are.
My two daughters is complete night and day. Completely.
Martha Stewart. That's funny stars. Martha Stewart can cook, but she's such a flippin' snobby. Just saying.
Yeah, but she can make a hell of a jailhouse shiv, I bet.
Right?
We should ask Snoop.
Right?
That is so bizarre, right? Does anybody else think that's so bizarre? Like when she came out, her and Snoop started making all those commercials and all that
Oh, yeah.
stuff together. I thought that is really fucking weird.
She's probably his fucking hookup for pot.
She might be.
Make some killer. Can you imagine her and Snoop making pot brownies on her show?
Well, yeah, I actually could.
I'm convinced their hookups were a lot more than that.
Right?
That's hilarious. That's funny.
All right, now I got that visual in my head of him taking her from behind. Oh God, I'm gonna call my therapist. Damn you, Susanna.
You're welcome.
She unmutes to say you're welcome. That's hilarious. Susanna.
Yeah, I mean, I really couldn't do it. I watched Martha Stewart a little bit back in the day, but she was just way too snobby for me. Kind of like Ina Garten, except for I can tolerate Ina Garten because she's a better cook.
Martha Stewart taught me to not embezzle money.
Right. Right?
Or whatever
Inside
she went to jail for.
I believe it was.
Most
It was
of my
probably
family
her own. Go ahead.
likes Paula Day. She is way too fake for me.
She's way too white. I mean, I'm white and she's way too white.
She was too boofy. She's too snobby.
There you go, Monique.
She's too snobby.
Well, I don't know. Maybe her and Snoop kind of balance each other out, make each other creamy or something.
I I know that's bizarre to me. She was way too snobby, and then now I don't know. Every time I see one of those commercials with her and Snoop, I'm just like, what?
Martha always wanted to bag somebody from across the tracks, and well, maybe that happened.
Oh Lord.
You ever watch those HBO or Showtime roasts? Like the stars will roast each other.
It's been a long time since I've watched one of those.
Oh my God, the Justin Bieber one was hilarious, and the I can't remember if it was. It was another celebrity, and the guy gets up to the podium. And he's like, "Yeah, it's nice to have a show hosted by Shaq's dick." Oh my God!
Oh, Andrew stars. Andrew Dice
Oh yeah,
Clay.
he was
Yeah,
brilliant.
I remember him. He was something else. He was funny. That was back when people didn't get so damn offended.
Right?
Right.
Just
Little
saying.
boy blue, because he needed the money. Oh,
Okay, now I'm gonna start. Oh, but it's much better than it was Saturday. Yes, that's classic Andrew Dice Clay. That's hilarious.
he did that thing with the cigarette when he was doing his monologue, dressed all in leather. I'm like, that's just a little freaky looking.
Maybe they're just friends.
Oh, geez.
Sure, Jen. They're just friends. Can you imagine? I mean,
Sounds
maybe
like a
they are.
millennial answer.
No, Jen is awesome. Martha Stewart and Snoop Dogg. You
Oh,
know,
Gallagher.
I actually, I'm not even gonna say it. Never mind.
You guys remember Gallagher? You'd always had
Oh
the big
yes,
hammer.
smashing the
Smash the
watermelon.
watermelons.
Oh yeah,
I remember one time he came out with this huge couch, and he was pulling like these 3-foot like potato chips and stuff out of the couch. And it turned into a trampoline. I'm like, he was brilliant. And then he had
oh
the sneakers with the or the shoes with the they were roller skates.
Yeah.
yeah.
Richard
Gallagher was good. He was funny.
I wonder if Richard Simmons was gay.
Yeah, he was.
I wondered
Richard,
that.
he was funny though.
I mean, if he wasn't, he was like the most brilliant actor ever. So I thought
No,
every time he came on a show, he was going to explode.
he totally was. Of course he was.
Oh. Maybe he went to the Regal Beagle.
Are we holding you up, Wendy? Like you
No,
probably
not at all.
you
I'm
probably didn't
enjoying
expect your live to go this long, right? It's like 3 hours.
I come on here with the mindset, let's roll.
Okay, I'm just saying
Let's
it's been
roll.
like 3 hours. You're
It's a
probably
good.
like, oh
Wheels fall
my
off.
God, people.
Well, I mean,
You're
it's a good
probably like,
stream when it goes long, right? I mean, not like ghetto long, but I mean long.
right. I'm just saying. I mean, if she has something to do, I don't want to, make her feel like we're holding her up or whatever. I'm like, it's been 3 hours. If you want to hop on, you got plans.
No.
But
What the hell is anybody going to do on a Wednesday?
Well, the world don't move to the beat of just one drum. What might be right for you may not be right for some. A man is born, he's a man of means. Then along comes two. They got nothing but the genes, but they
They
got
got
different
different
strokes
strokes it
to
takes.
take. Different strokes to take. Different strokes to rule the world.
Oh Lord.
Now
No.
everybody's got a different type of story or something like that.
Yeah.
You remembered that from like your memory? I thought you were
Yeah.
reading it off of Google.
No, I remember all that stuff.
Oh,
My husband's always like, I can't believe you remember all these things. I'm like, yeah, I was always the one who remembered everything.
Do you remember the theme song to Silver Spoons with Ricky Schroeder?
Oh God, I used
I
to
used
have
to
a
love
crush
that
on
show.
Ricky Schroeder. I thought
He
he
had
was
all
gonna take me for a ride on his train.
right. He had all the really cool ass toys too.
Oh my gosh, yeah, I know. And then what's
His
his name?
best
Yeah,
Alfonso Ribeiro was his best friend.
yeah.
Carlton. Yeah.
hmm Does everybody remember that commercial? That Michael Jackson commercial? What was it? Was it a Coke commercial that he was in?
Thought it was like
When
Pepsi or Pepsi Free or
Oh
something like
yeah,
that.
you're right. It was Pepsi. That's what it was.
Pets.
I remember that commercial.
That's when he got. Love you
Oh yeah,
guys
you take the good, you
2
take the bad, you
stars.
take them all, and there you have the
The
facts of
Facts
life.
of Life.
The facts of life. Mrs. Garrett,
Oh,
and
So
I think my husband liked Joe
I was
oh yeah, she
gonna
was hot.
say Joe and
Jen.
Blair and Tootie,
uh,
and oh yeah,
Blair Warner.
yeah,
Blair.
Did you
Blair.
see their reunion show? Like it was in like 1988 or something like that. It was a good show, but it was just all the characters came back, I think, except for Mrs. Garrett, but she might have been there. I don't know.
Oh, I didn't see
I
that.
think Miss Garrett was dead by then. Y'all remember the old show Lassie?
Lassie? Yes.
Yeah.
Lassie?
I
Yes.
mean, vaguely, but I never watched it like on television.
Oh, I loved it.
Yeah, Wizard just role played
Right.
Lassie.
Yeah. There's actually a dog in my neighborhood, a guy who owns a dog down the street, and same kind of dog, and the dog's name is Lassie. And they walk by every day while I'm sitting on the front porch drinking coffee. And I
What
wave
kind
at
of
them.
dog was Lassie?
A collie.
Yep.
Some sort of collie.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
What kind of dog was Cujo?
Ooh, Cujo.
Saint Bernard. Was it a
Yep.
Saint Bernard?
Yep.
Yeah.
What kind of dog was
Cujo was a
Old
good
Yeller?
movie.
Old Yeller.
Stars.
No, Old Yeller, probably a yellow lab. I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen the movie.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I would assume
I've
Old
never
Yeller
seen
was
that.
a yellow lab, but I don't know.
Yeah, it
Years
was a
later, I
lab.
heard that dog died or rabies or something like that. I'm sorry if I'm a spoiler or anybody, but I could never see animals, suffer like that. So I never watched Old Yeller.
I didn't either. That's what I'm saying. I assumed. I never watched the movie, but I assumed it was a yellow lab. Kind of like Where the Red Fern Grows.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that was a good book, even though my 8th grade teacher made us read that. It was an interesting storyline.
You're younger than me. That was my Mrs. Gill. I think that was third grade when we read that book.
Hey, Challenger.
I'm 49, and I'm also. It was like a redneck school, so we didn't have like the I don't know, the best education or whatever.
Okay.
Or maybe it was just me and I got pushed through because I was so stupid.
We're the same age. Okay. We read that in the third or fourth grade. I don't know. I just remember the teacher's name was Mrs. Gill, and she was a mean ass woman. But Where the Red Fern Grows was my favorite book for a long time. I mean, it was good and it was sad all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But we're the same age, so that makes sense.
I mean, the 70s, I'm not sure actually really happened, So my timeline is a little askew. So
I was gonna say I think we were more foggy in the 80s than in the 70s.
well, like I said, all I did was like go out and play pickup games, and like I think it was Wednesday nights and Friday nights we'd go roller skating.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, for us it was North Shore Super Skate.
I can't even remember the name of the skate place, but other than that, we'd just go around town like shoplifting.
From fourth
Sorry.
grade on, North Shore Super Skate.
Oh, seriously? I mean, one summer, was it one day or 1 week? No, one summer. I think we cleared out my whole town of like the large Swisher Sweet cigars and candles and packs of like playing cards, and we'd sit in our fort and smoke cigars and burn candles and play poker.
That's funny. That's
Little
hilarious.
fucking hoodlums. I'm serious. I mean, we stole everything. Even if we had money, we'd still steal shit just to get away with it.
Oh, wizard. Yeah, we used
That started my life of crime.
we went to a skate place. I can't remember the name of it.
Hey, it's the same one as mine.
But it was an arcade too and stuff, and there was also a what do you call it? An ice rink. And I remember just like having this good old time. But I actually, if you can picture this, I want a poster. I want a poster for singing to that song Word Up. If you could see me, like I'm there singing and like plugging my nose, right, and like trying to sing. Now all you super DJs who think you're fly, there's got to be a reason, and we know the reason why. Yeah, I'm seriously.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
Yeah.
I can see where you say it. You know that you'll be heard.
Nikki, you have a booger hanging out of your nose.
Oh, you sucker DJs. Oh, shoot. That is so funny. No, I don't.
Now that you said that,
when you say that.
Now I remember how like hard it was to play pinball wearing roller skates.
Oh, Lord. That, y'all are, okay.
Word up, unknown challenger.
We had the most generic roller skate. It's got roller rink name.
Oh, yeah, Word Up. Yeah, unknown challenger, Word Up. It's the cold word. No matter
when they had
that you'll be heard.
Like when there was like a special song and everybody went out there if they could do the dance, like the chicken dance on roller skates is like one of the hardest things to do on the planet. Then they had this other one called Shoot the Duck. Do you remember doing that? You'd get down on one skate and you would just coast around the rink, and whoever was the last one. What's that?
With one leg forward on one skate with one leg forward? Yeah.
And the last person that stopped got like a free pass for skating or, whatever. Mm-hmm. Popcorn. That was good. And you couldn't cheat. You couldn't like pump your leg to make yourself go faster. Right. There'd be somebody like one of the old guys would like tap you on the shoulder and make you sit down.
Yeah, make you get out.
But then I got pissed.
I'm about to ruin the image and the style that you're used to.
You're killing me, Susanna. Random Jen, why don't you come up here and join the debauchery?
That was awesome. The Humpty Hump.
I do the Humpty Hump.
Dance, do the hump.
Talk to me, baby. I do the Humpty Hump. Do the Humpty Hump.
You know that like you get this memory in your head from when that song comes on and you're at the club. We're all mouthing the words to it.
Oh yeah. Unknown Challenger says diggity. Do you mean no diggity?
No diggity.
No
I
doubt.
remember. I very rarely, vaguely remember the song.
No
How about,
diggity. No doubt.
how about that song, My Hoopty?
Then we got Stars with Vanilla Ice Ice Baby.
I saw Vanilla Ice in concert at there was a bar in Raleigh, and he was like the headliner in like the summer festival, and it was like dollar Coronas and ice or Vanilla Ice was up on stage. It was like 108 degrees out. I think I drank like 2 cases of Corona watching Vanilla Ice.
That's awesome.
Lord unknown.
That was back in like 1998.
My neck, my back. Who is Unknown Challenger? You're killing me, man. Sorry. Shit.
You know that song's going through all of our heads.
All of them.
Was it? Hey, Susanna, what was that one song? Let me see if I can start it off and you'd finish it. Apple bottom jeans, boots with the fur.
The whole
Whole
club
town's getting at her.
She hit the flow. Next thing you know,
No.
short no. Yeah. Y'all know that.
You know they play that out here for the King Supers commercials now.
They still play that at the place Jeremy and I go dancing. Like we go
Swim
dancing.
pants and the Reeboks with the straps.
She turned around and gave that big booty a slap. Yeah. They still play that.
Shawty, yep.
Oh, Nikki. See, Nikki knew that one. See, Wizard, you started, she finished.
Oh
Nice.
shit! I gotta get
That's
my.
never happened to me ever.
Oh, I can totally. Hey, between Susanna and I gotta go get my charger. Between Susanna and I, we could probably finish most songs you start. Just saying.
Oh,
It's the
yeah.
only time in my life where a woman actually finishes before me.
Oh, yeah, stars. My milkshake
Right.
brings all the boys to the yard.
That's funny. No, I don't think anybody's ever said that to Milkmaid.
What? Shit. What did
Now
I
I got
miss?
to. Next time I see her, I'm going to be like, "Hey, do you have your milkshakes in the yard there, Milkmaid?"
I could teach you, but I have to charge.
That was a great one.
Bop, baby did bop.
Good. We're going to get started on boy bands now.
Sorry, stars. I can't sing like I can't carry a tune in a bucket.
I can't either.
Unless I'm in the shower or the car. But then my steering wheel's probably cringing because I'm like, pick a note, stick with it. Sound like a fucking cat, a wood chipper.
I can't carry a tune in a bucket either. I said that the other day, but I do know the words to a lot of songs.
Are you getting tired, Peach?
Nah, I'm good. I'm listening to y'all. I'm sitting here mouthing the words to all the songs.
Seriously, we totally
Sexy
hijacked
and I know. Boom, 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 boom.
Field trip to the car.
We like the cars that go boom. We're Tigra and Bunny, and we
And
like
I like
the
the
boom.
boom.
Oh shit! Oh,
There's always that famous salt and pepper one.
yeah.
Push it real good.
Good. Bam, bam. Yep.
Yo,
They
yo,
used to
yo,
play
yo, baby pop.
Well,
Kid,
you
come
come
here,
and give me a
kiss.
kiss. You better make it fast or else I'm gonna get pissed.
Can't
Can't you
you feel the
feel that
music
music
pumping
pumping
hard
hard
like
like
I
I
wish
wish
you
you would?
would?
Now push
Now
it.
push it. Pushing good.
Yeah. Yeah, that was my high school years. Oh, and he totally disappeared. He disappeared. Wizard is gone. What happened to Wizard? Yeah,
I think
that was my high school years.
Wizard's not here. I think he got hot.
What the hell?
Maybe I
Pushing.
went too far. Hey, Shift, how are you, hon?
Hey, shift kicker. We done just hijacked the whole. Oh my
Hello,
goodness.
Shift
Hey,
Kicker.
I'm enjoying it.
So, stars. Oh my goodness, we need
Whoa.
to put this in a video. Right? I watched the last video thing that Tribe did today with all of them, the whole, complex. That was hilarious. I would not watch. I listened to it while I was doing stuff in the kitchen. That was funny. Tribe is good with the cutting and pasting all him and Josh and Native and all of them together. That was
Yeah,
fun. Shit, that was funny.
yeah, I was watching that too.
Kicker, yeah, it was hilarious. I think I was cooking dinner or I don't know something. while I was ready. Yeah.
I was
So
um,
So, have any of you checked out the Richter's site for the seeds I told you about? You can get they will send you a free catalog.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can get a free catalog. I used to buy from them all the time. But they're pretty awesome. They are in Canada and in Goodwood, Ontario. And it's richters.com if anyone wants to check it out. So it's RICHTERS. And they do, even in their catalog, it's just a lot like the site where they tell you, I mean, it's a pretty nice sized catalog, even though it's small. And but they have herbs and all that stuff, and it'll tell you where they can send to and where they are not allowed to send to. There are some things that are not allowed in the U.S. and but others are. They do sell seeds, plants, um, and they sell them in bulk as well. Roots. I think they do some mushrooms, and but it's actually a pretty good site. Or you can also get they have teas that they sell as well. They have a pretty good selection of teas. And you'd be surprised at the really good stuff that they do have in their teas and for what collection it's for. They have like comfort teas and Wiccan Brew and Get Smart tea, early let's see, what is it called? Pineapple papaya green tea and a breathe clear tea, and they have things in them that are actually for what it's talking about. Like for instance, the breathe clear tea has let's see, cinnamon bark, uh fennel seed, ginger root, licorice root, orange peel, al- alcampane root, echinacea, marshmallow, and white oat bark. And if you know anything about herbs, a lot of those are used um, for that stuff. So, and there's quite a few teas that they have. I won't name them all, and or any of you, but they also do have stuff like herb plant collections. In other words, they will send you the plants as well. So some of their collections are plants. They have a brain booster, brain herb garden, or something like a Grill Magic barbecue herb garden, where they sell different herbs and stuff that you would use and that would go nicely on your, barbecue meats and things like that. Um, they have herb seed collections. So, you'll get the seed packs in those collections. So they have, beet herb gardens and edible flower gardens and French herb gardens and Indian spice gardens. They have one. And so they have stuff like that on there too, but it's they have oils. They have oils as well. But I think one of my favorite things about them is I love that they tell about everything that they have, whether it's on the site or you know, in the catalog. So take for instance, shell ginger. It'll say the scientific name for it, and then it'll say variegated ginger, pink porcelain lily. With its large ornamental green and gold leaves, this is a popular ornamental houseplant and an outdoor landscaping plant in warm areas. It's widely used in East Asia for food and medicine. Rhizomes are used as a substitute for galangal and ginger. And in China and Japan, the leaves are used to wrap rice or fish for cooking. In Brazil, it's one of the most important folk medicines for rheumatism, heart disease, hypertension, and as a diuretic. In the Philippines, the leaves are used for fevers, and the rhizomes are used to treat dyspepsia, flatulence, vomiting, diarrhea, and malaria. The rhizomes have sedative properties owing to the same um, lactones found in kava, called shell ginger, because the flowers appearing in the second year resemble seashells, requires bright light and humid, moist conditions. And then it'll tell you, it comes either in a plant form or in seeds, or you could get it in both. And in this case, you can only get it in a plant form. They'll only send you the plants. And you can sell it, you can buy one plant, or in this case, it says 3+ plants, and then it'll tell you the price. So, so it's pretty awesome. And, you know, just love that place. Just saying, shameless plug there, but sorry.
I, no big deal. I hear you. I'll look into that.
Okay. Yeah. I love it because there are a lot of medicinal things in there, and it tells you what things are used for, why, where it comes from, and whether it was propagated, whether they were. I mean, they don't just sell herbs and things like that. They also sell like onions and peppers and vegetables, things like that. So, um, yep, they sell the bulbs and just make sure they could send whatever it is to wherever you live. If not, though, when you're checking out, it will tell you we can't send something, and then you just look and you can take that off. But yeah, it's pretty awesome.
That's like there's several companies that from like out of the country that they can't, send certain things into the US.
What's funny is a lot of the things that they can't send to the US is stuff like chili peppers and things like that, things we already have anyway. So most of the other things they can. I was I have a funny story about about something that I had bought. What are those beans called that you can? Oh crap! You make rice. They make rice and stuff out of it, but it's also used for the oils from the seed are used for good. Um, I had one of those bean seeds, like from the same place, from this Richter's place, about 12 years ago, and I had it for a while. And I thought that for some reason, well, they used to tell you you can only keep these seeds for so long and whatever, and they won't ever be good anymore. I had this, I had this for like ever, and I thought this isn't good anymore. I'm just gonna throw it out back here in the back in the dirt. And I mean, I didn't cover it up or anything. I just threw it there on the dirt, and I thought, I don't know what I thought. And I didn't realize till later that it was poisonous. The seed was poisonous, but I don't know. About a month later, I opened the back door because I don't usually go back. I didn't usually go back there where that place was anyway. And usually it was my husband or somebody that was back there. Well, one day I opened the door, and that thing grew on its own. Yes, you're right, Wizard. It was a castor bean. That's exactly what it was. It was a castor bean. And that thing grew on its own, and it was thick and hardy, and it was very pretty. The leaves on that thing was very pretty. And I couldn't figure out where it came from. And then I remembered I had thrown that seed there, that castor bean seed, and it had grown on its own without any help, without anything. And I was just shocked. I realized it because I had noticed the leaves from the picture in the Richter's book catalog, and I was like, "Oh wow!" And I went and looked at it, and I was like, "Yep, that's it. that's the bean I threw there." It was interesting.
Well, that's like, you can buy watermelon seeds from like Walmart and the dollar store and stuff like that. Those don't
Mhm.
do good when you actually take the time to plant them in a garden. But if you take some out of like a watermelon you've ate, they'll grow like crazy.
Mhm.
Just take and throw them out in the backyard or whatever, and they'll sprout on their own.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't like really think about any of that until that had happened. And so, yeah, it was very interesting to me. Um, but I'm now, I had a bunch of these things at one time. I have no idea. I used to have a bunch of seeds. And this came from, I don't know where. Like, I always used to just have this feeling that I needed to save them, but I have no idea what happened to them or where they went. So I'm trying to replace some of my more um like hard to find seeds that I can't get here, but I could get at other places that I used to get before. And so I'm replacing those now. And my husband let me order some the other day, and I'm just so happy. I'm like, I can't wait to get them.
Hmm.
The zones, not not really. I think it does on the site. I think it does more on the site than it does in the book. Um, but I think there are some things that if there's any because if it has any I don't know how to explain it. Sometimes it will tell you like how big the plants will grow, like from this to this, and stuff like that as well. Not all the time, because I think some of them are just can be very different depending on where they're grown. And some people grow indoors as well. So many options and things. They do sell books too. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I think they do mostly on the site tell you about the zones. I don't think they do so much in the catalog though.
My mom used to keep seeds, from year to year.
Hmm.
And we'd open up the freezer and there'd be all kinds of seeds in there. Those still seeds in there when she passed away. It was crazy.
Hmm. Right. Yeah, and that's what I love about this book too, is like, or this place, because they also have they have seeds, and then they also have, I forget what they call it, so sown or something like that. But it's where they don't use like any pesticides or anything like that on them either. So you can kind of pick between the regular seeds, and you can pick between those seeds. You can pick between plants. Some of the ones that you can pick different the ways that you want it. You can buy bulk seeds. You can buy plug packs, which are plants in the plug, the plug packs. Um, I think they come in 12s or something like that. Mm.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
Stars asked. I don't put mine in the freezer. Stars.
Good.
That's just me. I don't put mine in the freezer.
Oh yeah,
But
yeah.
then you
They
search the
do.
freezer. I do not ever put seeds in the freezer. I mean, I just don't. But
Yeah, yeah. They do also tell you that if something needs to be specially done for a certain seed, um,
Mm.
to help it to propagate or whatever they call it. Um, but because there are, I guess, certain seeds that need certain things to go through the process. But um, yeah, other than that, mostly I don't ever put mine in the freezer either.
well, I don't either. No.
I
I
think
know
if
a lot
there
of people
was,
want to say to do that, but no. I
yeah.
just don't. I don't. That just makes absolutely no sense to me. Except for like bulbs. There are certain bulbs. Like when I used to do flowers years ago, there are certain different kinds of bulbs and stuff that need a certain percentage of cold before they will, you know, do well and bloom and all that. But seeds in general, just my seeds from year to year, whatever that I'm keeping, I don't keep them. That makes no damn sense to me. But that's just that's it.
Right. I mean, everybody has, their own different methods and ways and
That's true.
whatnot.
But I'm in Texas, and so that's why. I mean, I know Susanna's talking about this Canadian company, and I'm over here listening, and I'm listening, and that's awesome. But I would never order seeds from a company in Canada because I'm all the way the hell down here in Texas, right? So, like it,
Mm.
and there again, they propagate and do their, like they grow their seeds. That makes no sense for my area. Seeds from my area need to come from closer to my area.
And I think
And
that's the thing
we,
for me, is it didn't never bother me. It never bothered me because they come from they might grow in Canada, but they grow things from everywhere around the world. And so they will send you, like I said, they will send you the seed in whatever form you want it in, whether or whatever form it comes in or can grow in, which would be bulbs, seeds, whatever. And yes, they don't grow, they grow in these big greenhouses. So obviously, everything is not grown in the ground in Canadian soil in that way. It's so there's a lot of
Saying
but
there's a
but
lot
I
of seed
but
companies
I
that are closer to where I live, where I
but I
get seeds
so
from.
I understand what you're saying, but there are a lot of people in different areas that can get rare things that you can't get anywhere else or get from that come from around the world, because there is a lot that they do grow and sell from, that is from around the world. If you look at everything in here, it is not from all from Canada, and they'll tell you even a lot of these things are as from the US as well. So they'll tell you where it's from, whether it's from Japan, whether it's from Brazil, whether it's from India. um, they'll tell you, where these things come from. And it's awesome, though, to be able to do that, to be able to know that you can get these things from that come from everywhere around the world, or from people um, from different places who how do you say it? Uh, when they crossbreed certain things and make a different breed that's different, because they do a lot of that as well.
Hybrid,
They'll yeah
not
they'll get
hybrid.
it from they'll get it from these people and make sure that they're able to sell it, because these certain people that do these things, it's pretty much theirs. And they're able to sell, you know their stuff as well. For instance, African wild cucumber. You can't you don't you don't that's not like indigenous to here or there, but they grow it and make it so that people around the world can get those things and try it out for themselves as well. But I understand exactly what you're saying about the stuff local, because I do that as well. I do all that as well. So it's just nice to know that anybody, um as long as they can ship to your area or your country, can get these things that most people would otherwise never be able to get their hands on.
Susanna, with the whole trucker thing going on, there's no telling how long that might last. They do like FedEx or UPS air.
Oh yeah, it's very interesting the way a lot of
Mm.
that works, because even with I was talking about that with my husband, and I was like, even that thing where they wanted to do um the thing with Colorado because of what they did with that guy or whatever. And I said, well, they have to stop and think about what's happening here. And in fact, for those who don't know, his sentence did get lowered down
Yeah.
significantly. Um, but when that was happening, I was like, that would never work. You want to know why? Because Colorado is one of those states that this is why we don't see stuff like that happening the way that some other places are seeing it happen. Because we can, I know what's happening with like his company and a few other people that were related to the drive and with their companies. And yeah, there's this thing going on with like Kroger, which is also King Supers, and I think something else depending on the area you live in, what it's called. um so and there's a lot happening with that company right now, a lot. And it's affecting everyone. It's affecting the drivers. It's affecting, because he gets updates, because his union where he works they belong to the same union that they belong to. So he gets every morning, every evening, whenever something is happening, they'll get an update saying, okay, you're part of the same union. So if you do not want to deliver to them because of what's happening right now, you don't have to. And so they don't have to if they don't want to. And they pretty much, most of them aren't. And so there's a lot going on with that part. But with the guy that I was telling you about, that wouldn't, I told him, I said, that wouldn't work, because we're one of those places we could be self-sustained if we wanted to, because of what we have, because of the relationship that they have, even though we are considered a blue state, what we can get coming in and out that doesn't have to be driven, but can be flown in here, depending on who they want coming in and out. What does not work is when you decide to go against a whole state that has nothing to do with the judge and somebody individual, that this went up, because you will piss off a whole state, to especially one that has ties to people. And because of the things that are going on today, that's why we're getting a lot of the things we are getting. And that's why a lot of that's why California just built a brand new, not a brand new warehouse for, let's say, Keurig Dr. Pepper. And they do not, they can't find workers in California for that place. It's hard they're not finding the workers. They just built a huge brand new plant over there. Do you know where they're getting their product from? Here.
Yeah.
My husband is sending out product over there. They're sending out product from here because they can't even find people to do what they want. But they're bringing it down themselves. They're bringing that plant and that part of it themselves. Those people from California came over here at one time, and because some of them are the bigwigs, whatever, they came out here trying to tell the company, look, well, you should do this, and they said, okay. And you know what happened? They totally did not do it, because they saw what was happening, and they were like, shoot, we'll go down if we do that. We're not doing that. And it's funny, because they'll lose their jobs. They won't have any more jobs. They'll bring themselves down. So they totally did not do it, because they have brains. And but the people that were here from over there went back, and yeah, they're bringing themselves down over there. It's crazy to see these things happening in real time.
Layden, you want tea or Kool-Aid?
I believe it. Oh, sorry.
If I may, I hear you, Jen. Mostly me too. And Monique, I can totally see you smuggling. You're so awesome. And I'm going to say goodbye, guys. I'll see y'all later.
All
Nikki.
right.
She must have had to really go. She was gone.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I completely understand that. I had heard, about that guy getting his sentence reduced. But the other day, where did I go? When I went to Macon, I noticed a lot of 18-wheelers just sitting side the road. But it
Mm-hmm.
was not, they weren't broke down or anything, you know.
Right.
I was like, and this was, before they started talking about the truckers striking this go round. So
Right.
I don't know what that was about.
Oh yeah, I don't know. I usually a lot of it is like the ones here anyway are like we have no idea what they're talking about or what's going on or whatever. But um the big stuff happening with Kroger and King Supers, and I think there's a couple of other names that they call it in other places depending on where people live. Um, that is something big and real that's going on because it's affecting people who work there drastically. It's affecting people's pay. It's affecting a lot of things. And from what I've been looking at on his messages with that is they have put so many offers for those contracts on the table and they're just being shot down because they want to be cheap about what's happening. But that's another thing about letting these people go and also these people go around. I think you all know who I'm talking about when I tell you that these people can go into these stores and get whatever they want and leave. And
Hmm.
then we're paying for all of that.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot, people are forgetting we are still paying for all of that.
Hmm. It's coming out of our tax dollars, if nothing else.
Yep, and they're and that's why they want to be cheap with everything now. And because of all this stuff that's happening, and it's just going to make everything worse for everybody. These people don't know these people that are doing these things don't know what's coming. When it comes, it's going to hit them so much harder. Well, you know what? Good for you. You got what you thought you needed and what you wanted. I hope you got what you actually needed because when it comes, you're going to need it.
Right.
I have nothing else to say to those people. I mean, this what they have done, what they think they have done for themselves is nothing.
Mm-mm.
They don't realize what they have done to everybody and what they are doing to their kids' futures.
I think they don't care. I really do.
These people don't care. They don't think about they laugh at a lot of other people who are actually doing things to help themselves. These people
Hmm.
want to be lazy. I mean, there's a lot that is happening with these people right now. These people are the same people who refuse to really see what's happening, to wake up, to actually want to feel good knowing that they can do something for themselves and make their own money and not have to put burdens on not only themselves later on and their children, but other people now.
Yeah. That's God's honest truth. That's right, Jen. They might get a special check.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just interesting to to kind of look at all this stuff and to see some of these things and like you were saying, you know, with some of uh these strikes that there's supposedly go on and stuff and we don't always know because obviously a lot of it isn't happening here if it's happening um
Hmm.
depending on what it is because there are some things I we never saw and none of the truckers here ever heard about so um there was something either in the making trying to get going. It just never happened. Some of these things, I mean, you always have to kind of really look and dig deep, and that's why I love it too. When some people were like, "Well, what's going on with like up in some of the areas over here in Colorado Springs and stuff, in Cheyenne Mountain?" My
Mm.
my husband actually drives from Denver to the Springs so many times every day to make his delivery. And the company he worked for before this one, he actually did used to deliver to Cheyenne Mountain. And when he would go to Cheyenne Mountain, they would they would check him, pat him down. They would check his truck. I mean, thorough inspection, check everything. And then he would get I forgot how he worded it, but they had someone there who was like how do you say it? He was with him the whole time. He couldn't go anywhere without him. He could only go where he was designated to go. And he had to stay in the truck while this guy, did or everything else. So that is one of the places where they do keep a tight, very tight military hold on still, even though it's supposedly mostly closed and whatever. But there's a very, very tight thing on that. And like I said, it's just all very interesting to see. It's interesting to watch. Yes, we have I know you like stuff, hearing about stuff like at DIA here in Colorado. Yes, they had the murals up for quite a while. Then they took them down, and then they put them back up again for a little bit. And I saw them, I think the last time they were taking them down a few years ago when my kids were going on vacation. And they have the gargoyles at each end of the airport that talk. And there's somebody that talks through those, I think. And, yeah, it is pretty crazy. That airport is interesting, to say the least. There are parts in that airport that are just very, it's hard to say. It's interesting. Dead. There's no one there in certain parts. And it's when one of the trips that my daughter went on, she came back and we went to go pick her up, and she was like, "Mom, I went down the elevator and I went into this room and it was just white, and then I couldn't find the door thing. And I was in there for a while by myself. There's nothing in there, no one in there. And it was like it was like changed, like you couldn't get out of, like it was, she didn't know what to do. She finally got out, and she was like, "Well, I'm never going through that door again." And
Right.
she just felt like she's being watched. Who knows what that room was used for? It was empty, apparently, but it was just white, and there was nothing else. There was nothing in there. And I was like, "Well, okay, I'm glad you got out. I don't know what I would have done if, I had to go searching for you." And or something, else could have happened. But yeah, it's very interesting place.
Right. Did you see where Monique said they had already got the warning about stocking up because of the border crossings?
Yeah, I did.
It's
And
crazy.
that's what most of us here have been already planning for these things,
Hmm.
no matter what it is, weather, war, um, any type of calamity, even just local, um, losing power, all those sorts of things.
Right.
So yeah, we always have to be ready anyway. I just kind of look at them and think, okay, well, I got what I needed. I might have to do, some things to replenish some things that I've used or, you know, whatever, and just kind of go from there. What can you do but go forward and keep going? Um, Especially those that have been around and already know. Otherwise, I would say, hey, just I don't even have to call it that to people, especially since some people take offense to, you know, the word prepper or whatever you want to call them or us or whatever.
Right.
And just say, just make sure you have, some of the, especially family that you care about. Just say, hey, have have some extra of this just in case. You know, it'll do you good. um, you never know. A storm might come,
Right.
and no matter what that storm may be, but they don't know. They don't have to know that. They just, you know, have to know that you care. Is all really, and
Yeah. Where's that at, Bug? That DIA.
well, he said out in the fields, so probably out in the fields somewhere.
But yeah, you're right. I like researching stuff like that.
Hmm. Yeah,
I'm a
but
history and
so I thought I'd tell you a little bit about it.
I'm glad you did. I was
When
going
I,
to ask my great aunt because she's from out that way and she lived in Denver before she moved to Salt Lake.
hmm
I was going to ask her about it. Oh,
oh,
okay, Bug. Yeah, I'd love to go visit there, but I'm not getting on an airplane, so I'd have to drive.
right.
And if God meant for me to fly, He would have gave me wings. And I was even that way before the whole September thing.
Right. You're welcome, Jen. Yeah. But I thought I'd share some of that, about the seeds. I know Monique King 5. I know that Monique likes to, um, she's into exotic seeds and things like that too. And that's part of why I shared it. And, you know, I know you like listening to stuff about, like, I figured, well, since I live here
Right.
and I could share what my personal thoughts on it are since, my kids travel and things and, you know,
Mm.
what DIA was like. And, um, at the time, um, at that time anyway, they were taking down, I remember they were taking the murals down again. And all that I heard that they were saying was they're putting them in storage. So I don't know where they are. I don't know if they put them back up or not. I don't know because I haven't been in a while. haven't been there in a while. In a couple of years. My husband does go out toward into the springs and to up that way. Sometimes a little farther, depending on where he's going or what he's doing. But so he sees things out there, and a lot of the military here is out there. So he sees what happens with that. He pretty much knows what normal is for them. Um, he knows the back roads that they take. So he knows a lot of that stuff. And sometimes I see people put things, and I'm like, I like wanna like, it's hard to get their attention, especially when they're a bigger channel or something, and say, hey, I know because my husband drives out there. I know what's happening and what's not happening, and so I can tell you if something really is happening or not when it comes to certain parts of the military and stuff out there.
Right.
Yeah, and so just no matter what, I think that no matter what is happening, where you're hearing it at, just always be ready, and if there's somebody you are concerned about, just don't tell them in a way that's gonna bring their attention to stuff that they don't want to hear or whatever. Just tell them in a way that's gonna help them, or whatever. Or even if you take some things to them and say, here, you can save it for later. I thought I'd bring it by because I heard there might be a storm coming, or something like that. And they don't have to know exactly, especially if they don't want to, and they're gonna fight with you about it, or make it a big thing. Some family members and friends can sometimes be that way, and it's been a rough road these past few years because of the things that they've been told and taught, and for so long. But sometimes we want to try to get through that without all that. And well, they're grown-ups too, and we have to kind of respect each other. And I'm not making excuses for anyone or anything at all, because some people just won't anyway, no matter what, and that's okay too. Yeah, that's sometimes these things are kind of hard to word, but we'll all get there. We can try to keep in touch with each other no matter what happens. If something goes down, it goes down, and that's why we do what we do, and we just keep trying.
Yeah. That's like I'm starting to look into getting my ham license.
Right.
And my maternal grandmother used to have a ham based radio.
Mm-hmm.
So, as a kid, I used to play around with it, but that's back when you didn't have to have an operating license.
Right.
Now you get in trouble if you don't have a license and you on the air, which I
Right.
personally think stupid, but
I think a lot of us do.
truckers don't have to have an operating license.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Yeah. I get it.
And I was looking on Amazon, and they actually have ham radios, for reasonable prices.
Right. And who's good at who's very intelligent about this stuff. Um, the ham radio stuff, especially when it comes to this, is oh my gosh, farmer son prepping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's he does this. He works with that. So, and he's really good at it. And he knows, what did I get? I get from him he puts up some really good stuff about it. Um, so if you want to know some ham radio stuff, uh, he's a good person to look into if you haven't already.
All right, I'll check that out. I've caught a couple of his videos. He's very, very intelligent.
Yeah.
I actually met him through Off the Wall,
Oh, right.
in which I've seen him, you know, in a few other chats and whatnot too. So,
Yeah, in fact, I think Farmer Son Prepping, I think he specializes in ham radio. Where, um, so yeah, go check that out. Um, I gotten some codes and things from him that I wrote down in my book. And he was talking to people about some of those codes and things that they use. And so I had written them down, and I was very thankful for that. Um, yeah.
I'll check that one out too, bud. Ooh, that sounds creepy, Monique, for sure.
Hmm. Oh, really? Paris Airport, huh? Well, thank
I've
you,
always
Mom.
wanted to go to Paris.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Bud Dude, for that link. Yeah.
Lord, we've been on here 4 hours and 8 minutes. I'm fixing to have to go do a couple of things.
Yeah.
Hopefully, I'll be able to go to sleep early tonight.
Well, thank you for having me up, Georgia Peach.
Thank you for being up, you and Nikki and Wizard. I enjoyed it for sure. We'll have to do it again.
Yes, we surely will. And I'll talk to you all later.
All right,
Thank
bye,
you, Chen.
Susanna.
Bye.
Bye, guys. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I will see y'all again Friday afternoon at 5:30. And I'm probably not going to do an extra live this week. I'll probably hold off till next weekend to do the extra live. But y'all have a good night. And if I don't see y'all anymore tonight, I'll see y'all later. Love y'all. Bye.